the Beaufort County Board of Education to order. We are in the Media Center. Today is March 15th, the Ides of March. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin Cushenberry at beaufortk12.sc.us. That's ROBYN. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you're in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 in the same manner. Second public comments will take place prior to adjournment, no later than 9 p.m. Second forum is limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board is not finished addressing all items listed on this agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. March 16th, tomorrow, to finish the agenda items. Our first item is executive session. Do we have a motion?
Thank you, Chair Stribinger. I move that the Board of Education go into executive session for the following reasons. Receipt of legal advice related to 2 pending matters covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3470A2. Receipt of legal advice related to Participate Learning Master Services Agreement covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3470A2. And discussion of negotiations incident to propose Bluffton High School Athletic Edition Amendment Number 1 to MBCOM contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3470A2.
Matthew O'Brien, second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Smith, are you voting or?
Well, actually, I had quite a question. I had about a question.
Go ahead.
My question was, who was giving us legal advice in executive session? Who gave us the board today?
Oh, good.
We have Mr. Matthews, we have Mr. Duff, we have Ms. Cartledge, and other staff members from the school district. Oh, and we have Miss Kenny as well, also an attorney.
Okay. How do you vote, Mr. Smith?
I voted yes.
I didn't understand you well.
Oh, I said I voted yes.
I think you're in a bad place.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Okay. For this evening, we go down to your E for the executive session. re-enter executive session at the conclusion of the public meeting. There are no actions necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive sessions. Next item is approval of agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve tonight's agenda. Second.
Second by. All those in favor?
Aye.
Present. We could stand. Have a moment of silence. Thank you. Very impressed with the pledge that everybody was on the same rhythm. This size. Well, the media has been properly notified. We'll move to first public comments. Ms. Linda Moy.
Good evening, Chairman Scrivener, the board, Dr. Rodriguez, the audience here and virtually. It doesn't give me great pleasure to stand before you all this evening, but I'm very happy because problem. I was told that this change took place 2 years ago. Well, 2 years ago, we were all upset and nervous about the COVID. And that's what was on our mind. We were thinking about the loved one we lose, family and friends. So had the audacity to think about changing the colors of Beaufort High and redesigning the logo. And where is the legal and binding agreement that was made by the school board? Were you aware of the changes of the school colors and the new design eagle? Can the decision of this multitude be made by an administrator? What other changes have taken place during COVID-19? To me, it's a red flag that needs to be investigated. In my findings, I am not insulting anyone, but let us use fundraising to beautify the school and make the school beautiful, even still having high in the colors. To me, I left St. Helena, dear St. Helena. Don't you think that's an impact on me? Now, if you have a heart, think about how we feel. And how many of you here have went to Beaufort High, St. Helena, and Robert Smalls? Until you walk in John's shoes, you'll never know how it fit. Thank you. Have a blessed evening.
Point of privilege. There seems to definitely be a problem with the audio system. And so I don't think, I suspect people that are connected remotely are not hearing well. And I see that the microphone is going on and off. Or hear, excuse me, that the microphone is going on and off.
All right, Miss Mary Moyd.
Good evening. Protocol has been established, and excuse me because the pollen has taken its toll on me. After the last meeting, I left here perplexed at the discussion that had just taken place. I was unclear if the school board voted for the changes or they authorized or allowed changes by others. If so, that was not a decision that was handled professionally, decent, and in order. The new Beaufort High School, as it relates when the change took place and how the three became one in the Island Packet dated June 13, 2019, an article that I read was moving and caused me to dig deeper. To understand the frustration of those who stood before you at the last meeting, you would have had to have been a part of the historic change. It was obvious to me that some of the school board members may have also learned about the history of the school at that meeting. There were only 2 board members that said that they attended one of the schools. I'm not here to judge or ostracize any of you, but how could you in good conscience allow the thought, let alone the implementation of changing the Beaufort High mascot colors and colors, knowing the history and the agreement? In the article I read, it states that the 1969 school board voted 4-3 in favor of combining the school. Where is the original document or the agreement? If there was a vote, there was a meeting. And if there was a meeting, there were minutes. Historical documents of this nature should have been in the archives of the Beaufort County School District and the South Carolina Department of Education based on the role, measure, and step that Beaufort High went through to integrate that Beaufort County School District took to integrate the 3 schools. What I'm saying here has nothing to do with black, white, green, or blue. It has everything to do with heart and love for humanity. In 1971, when integration took place and the 3 became one, all those students took with them on day 1 were heart, some fear of the unknown, and the love for their school they were leaving, their school name, colors, and the mascot, the bald eagle. In implementing or suggesting changes, was there a committee, group, or persons that decided these changes? If so, who were they? Who chose them? How many members? Any alumni? Were there any alumni? Was there a survey done before, during, or after? If so, did they know the history of the Beaufort High School and the struggle it made in the state's effort to integration? I truly feel that you should relook or look to ensure that this does not happen. I have more to say, but my time is up, but I will make sure that you get a copy of this.
Thank you. Julius Green.
Good evening. We back here today, I guess, to go over the same thing we went over the last meeting. I feel that it just needs to be changed. It's a lot of people that's heartbroken about that decision to change. Like I said before, my parents were Eagles, St. Helena High School. Me and my siblings all was Eagles, Beaufort High School. And in 2022, someone just had the audacity to change the eagle and put it in a circle in the state of South Carolina. It don't even look like their original mascot. The original mascot is a bald eagle that flies, that's strong and graceful. And we need that back. And a lot of people is upset about it. I am too. And I just hope y'all have something in your heart to feel where we coming from, because this was done way before a lot of us was even here. You know, 1969, I was 1 year old. The first class of Beaufort High combined, ninth class of 71, I was 2-3-year-old. But that legacy live in me. And we need that back. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen Green. Until after what, sir? Will that be the second public comments? Yes, sure. Okay. Gary Major.
Good evening. I'm glad to be here where I'm able to voice my opinion and my concerns. I am the class of 1971. I was there doing integration. I was there when the 3 schools combined and chose the mascot, the eagle, the colors, green and white from Robert Smalls, eagle from St. Helena, and the name Beaufort High School. I was there when a class of 500 and something graduates graduated from Beaufort High, the first combined class. I was there when we had to do morning classes and afternoon classes in order to fit everyone because there was only one high school. That was Beaufort High School. So as we look back at that, and as I look upon the field, the football field, and I look at the scoreboard and the press box, and I see the rebranding of that eagle. And this is done subtly. And if we don't come forth and let you all know what we don't like and should not have to put up with, you will not know. Now, I don't know when this happened, but when we celebrate our 50th class reunion, we noticed the field. And a letter was written to the principal. And her response was not that great. But we will not settle for that. We're looking for the school board to do something about it. The mascot, again, is the eagle. The rebranding is the head of the eagle in the circle. And the colors, some of them has been changed to gray to the uniforms. The gym, the seats are now gray with black and green lettering. And I understand one of the teams, they're wearing black uniforms. So we need to really double think. I don't know if you all know the history, but there's a lot of history and we don't want our history lost. As African Americans, many things have been swept under the rug and covered over. So with Beaufort High School and the history that comes forth with the 3 schools coming together doing integration, which was a hard time for all of us. We don't want it swept under the rug. We want it to remain green and white, the eagle mascot, high flying eagle as the mascot. And everything else that goes with it. Beaufort High School needs, we don't mind change, but when you make changes, it needs to be a collective effort, not just one person or 2 persons. The community was not involved in this, and we're hoping that you see fit to investigate all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leon Sherman.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, school board members. I'd like to start with the fact that there are some that say, despite the history, this is actually a logo. This is a logo, but this so-called logo doesn't identify eagle, much less a bald eagle or fighting eagle. In fact, you can't even tell what type of bird it is. This runs very deep, not only from a community standpoint, but personal. My grandmother, Agnes Sherman, was the first African-American female elected to the school board representing St. Helena. During that time, she and others on the board worked tirelessly with time and effort to ensure they compromised for what was right and fair. The Beaufort name, the Eagle mascot, and the green and white. I should hope that this board does the same to make sure that we right the wrong. Our history, our heritage, and our legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Herbert Glass.
To the chairman, to the board, to Dr. Rodriguez. Again, I appear before you. Had a wonderful meeting with the superintendent on last Friday. And at that meeting, he showed me a copy that I was CC'd on an email. So about the eagle, about the origin, which I said, if I made a mistake, that's one. But I want to read to you a response from a particular email that I was given. Hello, everyone. Since I was attached to the email, I could not read what was mentioned with no feedback. The mascot changes with Clemson and USC to me have no significance to Beaufort High. This was a struggle from 1964 during segregation of schools. This process ended up in federal courts in the spring of 1969. Perhaps Clemson and USC changed for the sake of changing. However, at the time, it was mandated by federal court that the mascot, the Fighting Eagle from St. Helena, colors green and white from Robert Smalls, and the school Beaufort High from the tidal waves. If that was mentioned, then it's okay to change the name of the school to Ladies Island or Islanders High School. To me, this is a total undermining what those individuals prior to you all fought, went to jail, attacked, and hospitalized for this to happen. I can assure that Clemson and USC did not go through the struggle to change their mascot. It appears that no one is listening or taking matters seriously. Prior to these changes, no one came to the Robert Small Historical Preservation or Alumni Association of St. Helena in regard to the change. And different eagles that we see show in our favor. Why it shows in our favor? Because people were too consistent about being inconsistent. And every time you get a new coach in, they put a different dimension to the thing. So this is what happened. The only legacy there now is the name Beaufort High School. The color has no legacy. The eagle has no legacy. And we are still here. People will be long and gone, but we are still here struggling. It seems like it's deja vu all over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Terrence Sanders.
Good evening to the chairman, to the board members. I'm here to say I'm a 1977 graduate of Buford High School. When I first came to Buford High in 1974 as a freshman, it was due to the integration time when they said we had to leave from Robert Smalls to come to Buford High. At that time, we were proud to go into the new school as an eagle, bald eagle, colors green and white, representing majesty. Now, this old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it, but if something is definitely broke. The community was not involved with this change, and you're gonna hear about what the community has to say. Now, I'm asking all of y'all, those that have been members of Buford High School, the original Buford High School, don't change the colors. Green and white, people have died, people have gotten beaten up through binding the three schools together. That's history. Don't change the legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. John Coaxon, folks. I'm sorry I screwed your name up like that.
Good afternoon. Protocol has been established. I'm Dr. John L. Coxon. I'm a proud 1952 graduate of Roberts Falls High School. I serve as assistant principal at Roberts Falls High School and at Beaufort High School. Most importantly, I served at Beaufort High School during the transitional period. But this was the most challenging period that we've ever had in Beaufort County school system. We had such smooth sailing during the transition period that Beaufort County became the model for the whole state of South Carolina. Everyone came to Beaufort to find out what we were doing. And the main reason was good planning. Out of the planning, the principal from Beaufort High School, Mr. Henderson, Robert Falls High School, Mr. Jacob Richardson, St. Helens High School, Dr. Lynn Richardson got together, and one of the main things they said, what we need to do is bring something from each school that will, for the student, something that will be forever. And so that the student could have something to challenge them and say, this came from my school, and this is supposed to be an everlasting thing. So the name be Beaufort High School from Beaufort High School. The color, green and white, Roberts Falls High School. The mascot, eagle from St. Helens High School. And this is supposed to be forever. Now, at Roberts Falls Association, that 206, when they had their reunion, they said that, well, main thing was, let us not forget to remember. So I'm actually now, let's not forget to remember that the colors should be green and white, mascot is the eagle. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Geraldine Dye. Oh, I'm sorry, Doe.
Has the clock stopped? Not yet. Okay. Good afternoon. I come before you again. Tonight, I'm kind of full because it brings back memories, hard memories. But I'm going back to the history. So we all know the history, but I'm going way back. In the Supreme Court, Plessy and Ferguson decided in 1896, ruled that segregation was legal as long as it was separate but equal. However, Beaufort County spent $38.72 per white student and $13 per Black student. This happened in 1910. Total enrollment of white student was 600. Total expenditures for white were $38.72. Total enrollment for Black student, we had 3,498 students and getting $3.18 for each student. 1950, total enrollment for white, 1,503. Total expenditure, $188. Total Black enrollment, 4,030 students. We were only getting $72. This was brought about integration. We was not treated fairly. That's what happened. However, in regards to Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954, the Supreme Court of the United States found that racially segregated schools were inherently discriminated and violated the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, guaranteeing all citizens equal protection of the law. And under the passage of the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, Title VI, Beaufort County School would lose federal funding if the district continued to operate all Black and all white schools. So we came together. So the changing of our eagle mascot and our green and white color would be a disgrace to the historical legacy of Beaufort High. I have, each one of your board members have a copy of this, if you will look at your copies. This is our eagle right here. This is what unfamiliar, seem like the eyes is scary. The children might get scared. It looks awful. We had no input in it. I would say to you, this is another, I would say to you, just be fearful of what, don't go back. We going forward. We going forward. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold B.
Good evening, and thank you for being here to the school board. This is a yearbook from the class of 1971. This is a combined yearbook of Black kids, white kids from Beaufort High, Robert Smalls, and St. Helena. If you'd like to take a look at it, it has the eagle, it has the name, and it has the name of Beaufort High, class of 1971. The other thing I want to say is that let's remember our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. We probably don't want to change places with them, okay, because they are being pressured, ruled by Putin, who is a dictator who does not listen to the world. I am a product of busing, okay, and freedom of choice. I attended Beaufort Junior High, 6th grade, 7th grade, 4 years at Beaufort High, and I eventually drove the school bus. But in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade, I picked up all the Black and white kids who made that choice to go to Beaufort High, go to the Beaufort schools. Fripp Island, Hunting Island, all over St. Helena, parts of Ladies Island. Okay. At the last meeting, Mr. Roland Garden mentioned that there were 2 students from Beaufort High, 2 from Robert Smalls, and 2 from St. Helena that got together and made decisions and made recommendations. That was echoed by Dr. Coxum this afternoon. Beaufort kept its name and it kept its sound, the alma mater. St. Helena kept the eagle, Robert Smalls kept the colors. Steve Green mentioned that this was an unauthorized change in the last meeting. If I have time, I'll tell you about the rebel flag that used to be displayed at Beaufort High. So it was a good, faithful decision that was made back in 1970 or 69 when it was made. So let's stay with that change. Or we have 3 options. Stay with the change that was made in 1970, go with the change that's here now, but where are the adults that made the change? They are not here tonight representing their change. So it seems to be a no-brainer. If they don't feel that strongly about it, then this is easy. But they're not here to represent and promote their change. Or we can put everything on the table, all changes on the table, 2 students from Beaufort High, 2 former students from St. Helena, 2 former students from Robert Smalls, and put everything on the table, let them make a decision again as the good decision that they made before, or just stick with the decision that was made in 1970. That would be the thing that's. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Joseph Bryant. Mr. Michael Rivers.
Hello, everybody. How you doing, Representative Rivers? Doing real well. A little disappointed But one good thing being that this is a school board, Mr. Rodriguez and school board members, we're in the teaching business. And whenever you make mistakes, that's why they put erasers on pencils. And everyone makes mistakes. So, and I think it's been acknowledged that this is a mistake based on the history of what was going on. But my concern is, just from being here a few years ago, it just seems to me that there is some board policy that would prevent this from happening in a vacuum. So I'm concerned about that, and maybe I forgot something. But as I sit here and I listen to Robert Smalls and I think about St. Helena and what's going on in Ukraine, what someone just mentioned, and sometimes it seems like those who have the least perceived power are the ones who get ran over sometimes. And in this situation, I think of Robert Smalls High School, and as I remember it, where they wanted to reconstruct or build the school where the complex is now, there was talk about maybe it would be too much concrete or something negative where a large building or school couldn't go there, but now we have a complex there. So when you see that, and now you fast forward to now, and the eagle is trying to be erased, and then you say, well, wow, is this happening again? So I really want us to not dig into corners, but be flexible enough to see that, you know what, the best decision sometimes needs to be modified. It needs to be rectified. And it's kind of insulting, really, for me, a 1976 graduate of Beaufort High School. And I wanted to say St. Helena because when I was coming up, I would always look at Mr. Glover and them because I wanted to graduate as a St. Helena High School Eagle. But that was taken from us. And now it seems that, you know, the Eagle is being taken again. And I just ask you, pump your brakes, put it in reverse, do what's right. This is not Ukraine. You know, everybody loves our culture, but it seems that our culture often gets stepped on, and then we're supposed to just go along with it and roll with the punches. And I'm gonna leave on back in the 70s. The Isley Brothers had a song out, Fight the Power. And we've come so far that back in the 70s, they used to bleep a part of the song out, but they don't bleep that out anymore. All I'm saying is that remember us, and I like what they said, never forget to remember. A lot of people don't disrespect us.
Thank you. Tanner and Patrick Batista.
I'm from River Ridge. I'm in 3rd grade. My name is Patrick, and I'm from River Ridge, and I'm in 1st grade. School lunches have not been that great to us. School lunches have not been that great to us this year. We made a petition for people to sign, and here are a few of the problems that we did not like about the school lunch. The lunch is never what is listed on the menu sometimes. So if a kid wants to get lunch and it's not correct on the menu and they have allergies, what will they eat? The school lunch is never enough food. School lunches often taste bad, and sometimes old food is served just to get rid of it before it rots. Kids need enough nutrition to be able to eat a lot, learn, and focus on schoolwork. If there is not enough food, it's hard to concentrate. Also, bad food is served. Kids can get sick. Please sign and share this petition if you want to have better school lunches so we can have our voice heard by those who make the decisions about our school lunches.
Thank you. Ms. Geraldine Dawson?
Good evening, all. My name is Geraldine Dawson, and I am a 1971 graduate of Beaufort High School, of the first graduating class of the new Beaufort High School, the combined Beaufort High School of Robert Smalls High, St. Helena High, and Beaufort High. Prior to that, I was a freedom of choice Beaufort High student, when in 1965, we had the opportunity to choose where we wanted to go. When integration was being instituted and implemented in the South, I chose to go to Beaufort High School and the Beaufort High School cluster. I started at Beaufort Junior High in 1965 and graduated in 1971. It was a pleasure to see the schools come together, the three high schools come together without having to be mandated federally like I've seen even in the North, in Ohio and some other places. So to have someone come along without doing any research, any background, any query at all as to how we got to be Beaufort High School Eagles is an insult. Now, as Dr. Coaxum stated, he and several other students, and I had some classmates involved, were part of that coming together and compromising. And it was a very, very pleasurable thing. I wish and I ask that it be reconsidered. There be no changes, because you're stepping on the history of the culture. You're stepping on the history of the school. You're stepping on the history of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Margaret Simmons?
Good evening. My name is Margaret Simmons. I'm a 1979 graduate of Beaufort High School. And I coached at Beaufort High School from 1987 to 1998 and from 2015 to 2018. My question is, why was this allowed to be done? Why is it taking so long for those in power to direct those that made those changes to change it back to the way it was? The school name, color, mascot is a non-negotiable. As long as there is a Beaufort High School in Beaufort, South Carolina, its colors will be green and white only. And its mascot will be the original eagle that has wings from 1971. All principals, athletic directors, choir directors, band directors, coaches, staff, teachers, all persons affiliated with Beaufort High School should be made aware of that. When you change the name of the school mascot, or the school color, you are changing or erasing history. Whether you realize it or not, you are attempting to change what came from Robert Smalls in St. Helena and keep what came from Beaufort High School. You don't get to erase history because it doesn't look good enough to you. We have come too far to go backwards. History is history. You have to live with it even when it makes you feel uncomfortable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe we have 3 phone calls.
Could be met and heard in regards to maintaining history. Thank you.
I'll go back.
Ms. Audrey, I'm going to have you repeat, do your public comments again. It did not get picked up by the mic, okay? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Coxon. I am an alumnus of the Beaufort High School class of 1984. I believe that it's very important for us to maintain our colors, maintain our mascot, and of course our name. The combining of those, the three institutions that came together were an important part of history, and that does need to be maintained as far as our schools are concerned. If there does need to be a change, that needs to be taken into consideration, and definitely the alumni need to be involved in that. But if the mandates have indicated as a part of the desegregation process that the name, the mascot, and the colors were supposed to be a permanent part of Beaufort High School, then I feel that it should remain that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, is this Charles? Yes, sir. I'm calling you for public comments. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. If you could state your first and last name and your purpose of speaking. Are you ready? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Charlie Abner, originally from Port Royal, South Carolina. I went to Robert Small School in 60s and the 70s. It's an outstanding school. It's one of the ones that's always on my mind and on my heart. And back in the early 70s, we voted when the school was under mandatory desegregation. We voted. Beaufort High kept the name Beaufort High. Color would be Robert Small color. The mascot would be St. Helena Eagle. That's the way we voted, and it should stay that way. We, from Robert Smalls, we earned that. We earned to keep that name and to keep that color. Why? Well, when we was going to school, we had to smell the landfill. During lunch hour, that's what we smelled, the landfill. We got used book from Beaufort High. We got used school bus from Beaufort High, what everybody else has already used and went through. But we mustered up the courage to continue doing it. There was a lot of work, a lot of very good educators at Robert Small High School. There should be no changes. They've already had enough changes. They took the property away, saying that the property was sinking and whatnot. And then they built Arthur Holmes Building. They built the Beaufort County Government Center and whatnot. And if it's not good enough, if it's good enough for the government center, it should have been good enough for the school to stay there. Don't take the name away. Don't take the colors away. That's what I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, is this Joseph? Yes, I'm calling you for public comments, but if you would state your first and your last name, I'm going to put you on speakerphone. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you ready? Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. How is everybody doing? Wish I could have made it tonight, but unfortunately I had to call in remotely, so I'll try to make it short and sweet. I just want to talk about, switch gears a little bit. Some great presenters tonight, and it's really amazing that these people are coming out to talk about a lot of, previous history in Beaufort. Good stuff. But I want to talk about something else. Over the last 2 years, the school board here has violated the rights, South Carolina laws and federal laws, and just followed, illegal policy. So, multiple times we've emailed, called, attended meetings to point out these illegal acts in detail. And most times you guys use DHEC as a shield. I don't know if you thought it would provide, cover or a way for you to avoid answering the parents and, or be held accountable for everything that you did. But, we are in the process of holding you guys accountable for what you've done. But I think the more important thing is you guys need to start coming up with a playbook and a process to make sure that what you guys have done over the last 2 years does not happen again. We are not going to tolerate you violating the rights of our children again, violating the parents' rights again. And, I think your first order of business should be to come up with a plan for the future if there's anything like this that comes again. One of the other things I want to talk about was doing some research on the use of ESSER funds in the schools. One of the reasons that we were told that the kids had to wear masks in schools at the beginning, and even schools were closed in the beginning, was because of air filtration systems and HVAC systems. I was surprised to learn in researching some of this stuff that there was exactly $0 of the ESSER funds that was used for air filtration systems in the schools. So I would ask you guys why, but this is probably a better question for me to discuss with the South Carolina Attorney General, because this is a big misuse of funds. And you guys have been, taking federal bribe money to force illegal policy and lockdowns of our kids over the last 2 years. And this is a big deal to parents. So again, the first order of business, like I said, is I think we need to come up with a playbook and a game plan in the future that doesn't violate our children's rights and laws. So that's really all I have to say. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. That's it.
That is the end of public comments. First public. Move on to the chairman's report. I just wanted, this is my last reminder that statement of economic interest has to be completed with the Ethics Commission by March 30th at noon. So we'll have an opportunity to remind you again. Our next order of business is the clock quarterly report.
Can you?
Yeah.
Now you can. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Scrivener, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good to see you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ted Barber. I'm the chairman of the Citizen-Led Oversight Committee. Many of my committee members are on Zoom tonight. Ray Warco, who is our CPA of our group, is here tonight with me as well. I want to provide a first quarter update to the board of where we are, but also talk about where we ended up in 2021. So my next slide, it will be a summary of the accomplishments that occurred in 21. The members of the clock spent approximately over 500 hours in 2021 reviewing projects across the county under the bond referendum. As of 12/31, $93.9 million of the 344 had been spent. Now, our analysis at the end of 21 indicated that the remaining referendum projects could be completed without exceeding the total referendum budget. So we'll be able to complete all the projects at that point in time. Now, some of the highlights that were accomplished in 2021, we completed new additions at May River and new additions at River Ridge Academy. The completion of referendum projects at Ladies Island Middle School and Right Choices. There was completion of safety and security building improvements at 12 schools across the county. There were completions of athletic improvements at 7 schools across the county. There was completion of playground improvements at 12 schools, and construction had commenced at Robert Smalls International Academy, which is a project costing the taxpayer $61.7 million, and Battery Creek High School, which is costing taxpayers $49.5 million. And then also renovations for Beaufort Elementary were nearing completion at the end of last year. So let's talk about where we are right now in 2022. I'm going to talk about what I call large projects because these are the projects that are using larger amounts of funds in 2022. Now, Beaufort Elementary School, 2019 referendum funding was $20.8 million. We've contracted for 20.7 and paid to date of 19,258. That project is on schedule and right now it's trending under budget. So there's a lot of things happening at Beaufort Elementary. Let's talk about Battery Creek High School. Battery Creek High School, the funding for that was $56 million. We've contracted for 53.9 and paid to date 16.2. That project is under budget. However, the schedule has slipped a little bit. And as we all know in this world, it is due to material shipment delays, which we are having trouble with all of the projects, but the project managers are staying on top of that as we work through all of the shortages that we see today. Let's talk about Robert Smalls International Academy. The 2019 referendum funding for that was $68.9 million. That is a replacement school for Robert Smalls. The contract was 65.6, and there's been 3.9 million paid to date. That school has come out of the ground. The foundations have been poured, and that's moving along nicely. I've actually visited that school 3 weeks ago and looked at that site, so it's progressing nicely. All right, let's talk about Beaufort High. We've had a lot of comments about Beaufort High tonight. Beaufort High was a project that looked at all of the athletic fields, the technology, safe security, and the scope. There were additional contingency funds that were authorized by this august body to work on some additional athletic improvements, which include the wrestling and weight room additions, which you see a photograph there, and that project is on schedule and on budget. Let's talk about Ladies Island Middle School. Ladies Island Middle School, again, that's technology and safety updates, as well as playground material. The playground is scheduled to be completed in March of this year. And there is a proposal out to do the rest of the work, which will start on in Q2 of this year. Let's talk about Bluffton High, another big project for us. That's all safety, security, technology. The athletics complex is complete. The infrastructure and the technology underway, and we're working on some additional changes, which you, I believe, approved at your March, or you approved at the March 15th board meeting. Let's talk about Hilton Head High. Now, Hilton Head High is a safety security scope along with some athletic changes. The stadium lights have been complete. The turf field has been complete. There are proposals out for the remaining athletics and safety and security scope. Now, one thing in the referendum for this year is also an extensive study of Hilton Head High School to determine what the next steps need to be with the school itself. So there's a significant amount of funds in the referendum for this year. All right, let's talk about the rest of the remaining projects. These are what I call medium and small scope projects across the county with all the schools. They fall in three categories: IT, safety and security update, design phases, and athletic renovations. There are 22 projects in various phases across the county. The 2 projects are at closeout. That would be Right Choices and Ladies Island Middle School. The status of that is green, so they're doing well. We're still continuing to deal with supply issues, but I do have to give the project managers for the county kudos, because they are managing these issues very closely and trying to keep the projects on schedule based on supply issues. So I have to give hats off to them and the CBRE HERE people that are helping manage the supply chain issues. Next page is all of the project closeouts, the projects that have been completed. I mentioned some of those like May River and River Ridge Academy. Now closeout means not only is the school completed and the project completed, but what we always say, the project's not done until the paperwork's done. So a lot of these are the small project paperwork that needs to be completed so the final payments can be released and the project can be said to be complete. Let's talk about where we are overall financially for the bond referendum at this point in time. All budgeted dollars for the projects equal the dollars approved by the referendum. Now, our financial committee reviews the update every month. They look at the 519 report and review it, and they have found no findings at this point. Individual budgets have been adjusted, but they're supported by the contingency dollars that are found in the referendum. The dollars spent and those dollars encumbered do not exceed the budgeted project total. The dollars spent per project do not exceed the estimated project percent completed, so we haven't paid ahead. And material and construction costs continue to challenge the cost control and the schedule, but financially we're doing very well, so I'll give that a green light. Let me show you where we are on the contingency. As you know, in all projects and something of this size, there's a contingency budget. The original program contingency, which is held at the district office, was $17,781,000. With all of the changes that have occurred, spent was $18,604. However, at the project level, $9.866 was returned to the contingency. So our current contingency is $9,063,000, and we forecast an additional return of 8.3. So we're doing well. And as I said, all projects can carry contingency at the project level as well as the home office contingency. So on a summary of where we are on referendum spend to date, at the end of last year, of course, the referendum was $344,610. We had contracted for $140. We had paid $93. So the remaining budget at the end of last year was $110 million. The same amount, $344,600. We've now contracted at $132. We've paid $108. So the remaining budget is $104. So that's where we are. And the clock continues to meet every month. We meet the second Wednesday of the month. Any of you are welcome to attend those meetings. Several of you have, and we appreciate you being there. And then also our subcommittees work on the side to develop information and vet information as well, including myself, who heads up the project committee, who does visit sites to verify the construction level. So with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Robine.
Thank you. I really don't have a question. I would just like to personally thank you and all the members of your committee. I've attended a few committee meetings in person and a couple on Zoom, and I know the amount of time and care that each of you is bringing to the table, and that you are digging into things, and you are, you're not a rubber stamp. You are looking, asking questions, and I personally appreciate that very much. I think you're doing exactly what we wanted the Citizens-Led Oversight Committee to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robine. And I know that when Dr. Rodriguez selected the committee members, his charge to us was to do just that, to represent the taxpayers of Beaufort County. And we are all taxpayers. I've had no student that has graduated from a Beaufort High School or from any other school in the county. I do live near Beaufort High School, but I pay my taxes as well, and I want to make sure they're well spent. And as I have always said in these meetings, our children are the future. So these schools help make sure that we have our children for the future. So that's why I volunteer, and I think a lot of our members volunteer that to make sure that our children are well educated, and but they have to have the facilities to be able to do that. And that's why this money is so important, but it's also why we watch it and make sure it is well spent so that the public can trust what we are doing. And that's the most important thing.
Goodrich?
Thank you, Chair Scrivener. Mr. Barber, my comments too are along Ms. Robine's. I just want to thank you and your committee so much. This is the report for the year-end 2021, 500 hours reviewing projects. That does not include what you did in 2020. So
no, it does not. That's what we did in 2021.
Right.
And that is an excerpt from what we will be publishing on the website as our annual report. We do a one-pager that will go up, but that's just what we did in 2021. The 2020 report is up there. So it was approximately the same number of hours.
right. So that was my point. I would like to emphasize for the community that well over close to 1,000 hours have been spent by this committee that made a 4-year commitment, right?
Correct.
4-year commitment to voluntarily look over all the financials, follow along with the program, how the projects are being completed using your expertise, and Mr. Worko, I think he's sitting back there, his certified public accountant. It's just so amazing what you all have offered to do. And as speaking for myself, and I've gone to several of your meetings, it raises my level of confidence that we are spending the public's money appropriately. These projects are being overseen. We, even in this pandemic where we know materials are tight, labor is tight, we're able to stay within budget with a quality product. So thank you, and thank your committee very much.
We appreciate that. I know all the committee members are dedicated to making sure that we can stand in front of you, but our main purpose, especially since this is being broadcast on the county channel tonight, to let the taxpayers know that we are looking after their money. And that's what we are doing. And it's being well spent, I must say, and it's being managed very effectively based on my 40 plus years of working in construction and construction management. I can say that. If it was not true, I would not say it. That's because I don't have a reason to say otherwise. I'm just up here to reveal what I find and what the committee finds. And yes, we do spend a lot of hours, but we enjoy it. And believe me, I have learned tremendously about Beaufort County schools and what goes on within the school district. And so it's been an educational experience for me personally. And I'm also proud to see some of the things that you guys have completed and planned. That most people don't realize that one of the things that I do as a volunteer, and I know there's been a lot of comments about Beaufort High School tonight, but I had the opportunity to work the chain gang at a football game there on that nice brand new turf field. And that was one of the nicest things that I'd ever seen. Because when I played football, it was a dirt field, and we were lucky if we had grass. So we didn't have AstroTurf and those types of things. So, it was really good to see that, and also see that nice track and all the field event areas that were improved at Beaufort High School to one of the high schools that has one of the best track programs in the state. So it's really good to see that. And I know our committee is really honored to do this, and we will be willing to take questions at any time. We ask that if you want information about what's going on, go to the district's website. There is a clock section on the district's website. You can review all of our documentation, and all of our meeting minutes and notes are there. We just completed our 27th meeting on March the 9th, and all that information is there for the public to see. So thank you.
Dr. Watts?
Thank you, Chair Scrivener. First, Chairman Barber, I just want to thank you for tonight's presentation. My comments are along the same lines as Ms. Robine and Ms. Fidrich, but I just want to express gratitude to you and Mr. Worker who are present and to the rest of your committee. You are all volunteers and you are doing a terrific service for our community and taxpayers. And ultimately, the beneficiaries of your efforts, dedication, hard work, and expertise are our students now and our students in the future. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And yes, it is. It takes a lot of time. Like last evening, I drove all the way to Hilton Head High School and had to drive all the way back to Ladies Island where I live in that traffic. But I enjoyed going and seeing things that were happening at Beaufort High, at that high school, at Hilton Head and Hilton Head Middle, and getting to see the things that are happening there. So I'm all over the county. I visit all the schools along with several other members. So we're very familiar with what's happening. So thank you for that comment. We will continue to serve and we'll continue to report to this august body on a quarterly basis. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Sorry, Mr. Smith. I didn't know you had a question. I'm sorry.
Actually, I didn't have a question. I want to piggyback off what everyone else said. I just want to thank you. I believe in thanking you publicly. And I do remember the last meeting we did say that everyone who was a part of your team, if they could, were there anyone else here tonight besides yourself?
No, Ray is the only one here. We have some that are on Zoom tonight, Mr. Smith. They had other commitments, so they couldn't be here. They had meetings prior to the meet, so they couldn't get over here. A lot of those from the Hilton Head area couldn't be here tonight. But
well, I just thought it was very important that we did recognize them and know who they were. To let them know as well as you that we appreciate their services.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. There's Mr. Carlton Dallas is on the screen there. He's one of our members, and he also serves on the project committee with me reviewing. He and I were at Hilton Head High School last evening. So Carlton, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank
you. And he's on the finance committee as well. Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you.
Committee reports, operations. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Operations Committee met in advance of Clocks Committee. Last week, we met at Bluffton High School. And just as a note, there was a massive internet outage. So thank you to Robin and our tech support team for being flexible and making it go. We had 4 agenda items. The first one was Dominion Energy. Mr. Parks Moss came and spoke about some plans they have to extend some power lines near Robert Smalls International Academy. They don't need an easement from us because they have a blanket easement, but they wanted us to be informed as to what was going on. So I appreciate them coming and doing that. And I appreciate the Operations Committee staff for bringing that to the board. I will say, I think that's an area where people should be aware. There are a lot of planned projects going in there, and it's an area where we are building a brand new school and making a substantial investment. So I think it's a good idea that we be aware of what's going on in that area. But there was no action needed from committee. Then we had another easement request from Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer Authority. They are basically taking a wastewater treatment plant and turning it into a pump station. It's near the base at Laurel Bay. It's near Shanklin Elementary School. And they're just going to need an easement from us to basically pump the wastewater to the reclamation plant. And apparently Shanklin Elementary School is the only facility that uses this wastewater treatment plant. So it's a huge bonus for us, and they're doing it for the school's benefit. So we do have a motion, but I'll get back to the motion here. I'll just go through the rest of our little operations report. We had a construction update with Mr. Corbin, and he is prepared to give that again today, although I think the clock hit most of the points that he has in his executive summary. The one thing that I would like to personally point out that was not in the clock report is that on March 31st at 5 p.m., we are going to be having a community outreach for the Hilton Head Island Middle School. So I encourage interested families and community members to plan to be there. As of right now, it's being planned to be done via Zoom. I'm not sure if that will change or not, but that was something that was on our construction update. And finally, we had a quick update on the facilities assessment that's being done that we authorized recently, basically where they're going through and looking at almost all the schools and reviewing them for things that may need work, taking a baseline of pictures of different facilities. And this will be used to basically as to help us plan our future outlays and future facility projects. So that was just a quick look at what they're doing. Mr. David Thompson, who's with CBRE, gave a quick presentation, showed us some examples of pictures they're taking, and discussed the timeline. There's still a little bit more work that they need to do, and then they'll be making a more fulsome report to Operations Committee. So with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and bring up our motion that we had coming out of committee, which was that regarding the sewer easement along Joseph Shanklin Elementary School. The motion was that the Operation Committee recommend to the full board to authorize Dr. Rodriguez's staff negotiate and finalize the easement with BJWSA. So basically what that means is we are saying that we should just let Dr. Rodriguez or his designee finalize and negotiate that easement so they don't have to come back to the committee a second time. So I'm making that motion.
Ms. Fidrich, second.
Hi. I can't see the motion, but what was stated was you recommend to the full board. I think the motion should say, I move that the board give authorization or whatever, I don't think we want to vote on that you recommend it to the full board.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
I move that the Board of Education authorizes Dr. Rodriguez's staff to negotiate and finalize the easement with with BJWSA. Board of Education authorize Dr. Rodriguez's staff to negotiate and finalize the easement with BJWSA at Joseph Shanklin Elementary School. And they weren't quite prepared. We can't actually authorize an easement at this point because they needed to do a little more work. But they have basically it all laid out. So we're just saying, rather than having them come back another time, just go ahead and let the operations staff finalize the easement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I understand the process here. Because on the document, this is the correct map, right? On the document, it says that the detailed survey is underway by Atlas Survey and a draft exhibit will be presented for consideration once it's completed. So I just want to understand the process because I didn't see any existing lines on here of any sewage lines. And I want to make sure that whatever is moving forward, that there's no potential for any breakages that would happen in a line would be too close to the school near a playground, or that we're going to have a sewage break near where kids are playing and things like that. So because that information doesn't seem to be in here yet, I'm hesitant. Can you
go ahead,
speak to that? Thank you.
So the plan is to run what they're planning on doing is called a jack and bore. So they're going to begin at one end of the property, off property, with a bore pit. And they're going to bore a line underneath the property right along the property line. So their easement request, when that's done, is going to be a 15-foot easement right off the property line. So that's the line will be completely underground, so it won't be visible, or they won't have a lot of noise or anything of that nature. And it will be all the way to the property line. So that area that they're going down is away from playgrounds and kids and everything else.
So this line that's proposed may or may not be the final line though, correct?
That is, I mean, that's just a general area. They're getting the survey. The only reason they would change it is something's discovered on the survey in the way. But basically it's going to be 15 feet right off the property line.
And I think one of their,
Hypothetical, so something is in the way. Is it going to come back to the board for us to hear about that? Or is it just going to go to the operations committee? How's it going to follow if something is found on the survey?
I mean, to do a directional bore, you really can't vary it a whole lot. So I just gave that as an example. It's kind of the survey is I'll be glad to bring it back if there is a change. I mean, that's,
Yeah, I just feel like if we're approving something, it's too hypothetical at this point because there's no final line. So that's my hesitancy. Thank you.
Smith?
Actually, Dr. Wineski kind of hit my point, but also I just figured that this still needs to come back to the board and so that we can make sure that everything was is successful with it in terms of how Dr. Rodriguez handles it. Thank you.
Rodriguez?
Just to make sure and just to be clear, the final negotiation still comes back to the board?
It can.
the words, when he had this conversation operations and he showed us, and as I understood it, that basically it's just going to run along the property line. And the survey issue is because, as you can see, there's one little jog where there was some question about whether or not they, because that's owned by a different person. So from our easement standpoint, he basically is just going to run along the property line. So then there's this one little right angle you can see. And what was the term? They couldn't bore, the homeowner didn't want them to bore, so they were going to come out.
Open trench.
Open trench.
Yeah.
But that will not be on our property line. So that's one of the areas that they're still working on. But basically, this is all settled. And the question was, what we decided in operations committee unanimously was to let the district just finalize it because it's not going to impact Shanklin Elementary. And I guess we can have them come back another time and do it. But we felt pretty confident that basically from the Shanklin Elementary and from the school board's position that this was not really going to change.
That is correct.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Is this line the one going to Laurel Bay housing area?
This is coming from the Laurel Bay sewer plant.
You're right.
As Ms. Boatwright said earlier, they're decommissioning their sewer plant and they're putting a lift station there. So they're no longer going to be treating sewage on Laurel Bay. They're going to be pumping it, as Ms. Boatwright was referring to their reclamation plant.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Just before you vote on it, I just want to be clear on what the expectation is from staff in terms of having to come back to the board or not. I'm a little fuzzy on that right now. So I just want to be clear on what we're expecting.
The motion was that you would not have to come back to the board. But if that motion fails, we'll have to.
Dr. Bronze?
Yeah, I can't support this motion. I think there's too many unknowns here. Normally, we discuss a potential legal contract in executive session, so I will not be supporting this motion. And I have absolute confidence and trust in Dr. Rodriguez, and I don't want that to sound like it's a lack of that.
I see no further hands. Double check.
Can I ask one question? I didn't want to, I'm out of Zoom at the
Good
moment.
thing I double checked.
Yeah. Well, because easements don't go into executive session. We've brought all the easements in the year I've been on the board, we've just brought to the full board and voted on them. But that's different than we've been doing it incorrectly and we need to take it into executive session.
I would look for a legal opinion. I can't recall us doing easements in executive session, but
and to me, the utility
my memory is
easements
not
are
something that I'd want us to bank on.
right.
No. What were we thinking, Dr. Bronze?
No, I think we have discussed them in executive session, and it's because it's potential of how the adjacent land or the land of the property we own is going to be utilized, and so I don't think that is necessarily always a public discussion only.
I don't think we have a definitive answer here on this one, but this is public, what we're doing here.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Smith?
I too do have some issues with it just be taken with it not coming back to the board so that we know exactly what we're getting into. I mean, because I remember, if my memory serves me correct, I do believe that the guy that presented that night, he did say that there was one owner at the corner or something that they had to clarify that they are not sure whether they were going to get that cleared up because maybe she's hesitant. So she was hesitant, or she was hesitant, and that's not telling us that everything will go through crystal clear. So that does bring me some types of concern because we don't have a crystal clear. The way is not crystal clear here. So there are some underlying things. So for it not to be brought back to the board, I definitely cannot support this motion because of that. And I don't think it would be a problem unless you.
Okay. There are no more.
I could do a friendly amendment. I'll do a friendly amendment.
You're going to offer an amendment?
Yeah. Could you just bring it back to the board after it's done by the staff?
Well, then we don't really need a motion because if it's going to come back to the board, but like I said, and I'll just make one statement. I'm fine with that. I don't have a dog in this fight per se, but I will say this is a utility easement where they're basically decommissioning a sewer plant that only serves Shanklin Elementary School, and they necessarily have to pump the sewage out. They're going to run it along the property line. They couldn't give the full stuff because of this one individual issue. I'm happy to bring it back, but that will slow it down because it's got to come back through the process. That's why we felt on the operations committee that that Dr. Rodriguez and Mr. Otting were able to negotiate that so that when the time does come, because they're going to do it over the summer, that they can just go. So that's fine to bring it back to the board if that's what we want to do. Personally, I think these utility easements are fairly straightforward. I think that that's something that Dr. Rodriguez could do without the unnecessary step of going back through. But if the board feels differently, I'll go along with that.
I'm just trying to get us to the point where the board expresses its will by voting.
Let's vote.
Thank you. I was going to say that I fully support this motion and I'm calling for the vote.
Okay. Have a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Odds, Dr. Wisniewski and Mr. Smith are opposed.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Corbin, I don't know if he needs to do his construction update but if anyone has questions for Mr. Corbin, because it was very much what the clock just went through, but that would conclude our report.
Okay. Yeah, that would seem redundant to have Mr. Corbin. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a question on the executive summary for the construction update for March. It has that there's a community outreach update that includes information for Hilton at Island Middle School, and that details on the Zoom meeting that's taking place on March 31st is going to be coming from the project manager. Is that coming to all the board members as well, or how are we disseminating that out to the public?
Yeah, they're scheduling for March 31st. I requested that it be offered in person and hybrid, and that they look into having translation, Spanish translators there, because we have a large Hispanic population. So that's why there'll be more details. The time and the date is set. Whether or not people will be able to attend in person or just by Zoom and how that works will be forthcoming. And I'm assuming, Mr. Otting, you can make sure that the board gets that by email and we can disseminate it to the community.
Thank you.
Ms. Boatright, this is Mr. Corbin. Real quick, I was going to elaborate, and you are correct. I did talk to the project manager, and we are going to do this as a hybrid meeting so that the meeting not only takes place in person, but will also be offered by Zoom. We've also got a Spanish translator lined up to support that meeting. And in talking with the project manager, we hope to be able to share the full details of that meeting before the end of this week, and that information would go to all board members. And the clock members also have shown interest in that meeting, so they'll receive that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. And I will also say we have another, that would be my final concluding piece. Our next operations committee is March 21st. And so if there's any significant changes, we'll bring it to the board at our next board meeting, which I guess would be April 5th, isn't it? So it wouldn't be in time anyways, but that's.
Okay, thank you.
You go ahead and get her first.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith.
No problem. I do know that there was a question in terms of the Hilton Head, the securities and safety updates, because I think I remembered, if my memory serves me correct, that we were talking about those in reference to Ladies Island Middle. We were talking about, I remember I believe someone brought it up that they were wondering how come Ladies Island Middle School were getting certain updates and Hilton Head was not getting updates, and they were saying that that Hilton Head is getting is they are assured that they're getting a new building versus Ladies Island Middle School is not assured that they're getting a new building. And as I thought about that, I just wanted to kind of make sure, wondered also make sure that was in, where was that money coming from? Was that money coming from the referendum, or where was that funding coming from, and how was that done?
Mr.
I mean, that was your question, right?
Technology, not safety and security, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Technology. Yeah.
So you are correct, other than the word assured. What I did say was that the board has already approved funding for the design work at Hilton Head High School. So that is in the referendum, the design work. So they have the board, you have committed funding for Hilton Head High School to be renovated. There is no funding at this time committed to Ladies Island Middle School. That was planned for the phase 2 of the referendum, or the next upcoming referendum would include an additional renovation work at Ladies Island Middle School.
So, but on the front of that, I thought it was that Hilton Head High School was getting a new school.
The design work has been approved by the board. It is in the referendum.
Okay.
Just the design work. Construction would be part of phase 2 as well, which would be a future referendum. So as of right now, and I guess the way I was saying that is that Ladies Island Middle School has been talked about being in the phase 2, but the board is not, or the community as well, has not approved any funding for that. While Hilton Head High School has had the design work approved by both the board and the community.
Right. And where did the funding come from that the upgrades from Ladies Island Middle School got? Where did that funding come from?
You mean Hilton Head?
No, the technology updates that Ladies Island Middle School got. Where did that funding come from?
So everything we're talking about is referendum. It was part of the referendum.
Okay, so that funding did come from referendum.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you. My apologies for all the questions. It's on the facility condition assessment. It's my understanding that's in a pilot. You're doing a pilot of a few schools first, and you're doing the data entry. I just had 2 questions. One, the data entry is going into a facilities management database. Which one are you using?
So we have we've had for several years Envision, which was bought by Cardiograph. So it is, the software now is by Cardiograph.
Thank you. And then I didn't see, but I'm assuming it's the reports or the findings are coming in April to the full board or to operations committee?
It would be going to the operations committee. And yes, we are striving for an April, maybe late April timeframe, but that is our goal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
A report.
You said that 3 times now.
But I said it with a chirpier voice, so that makes it official.
Okay, we're on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Dr. Stratos is going to take us through the first step on the superintendent's report on student achievement regarding summer learning programs.
Good evening, Chairman Stribinger and board members. This evening, I have our Director of Literacy, Melissa Murray, with me. She'll be coming forward to provide information and update for our summer programs for this coming academic school year. That is going to start on June 6th. Ms. Murray.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here representing the team that is working towards coordinating summer learning opportunities for our students this summer. So the first page of your packet is the calendar of June. That is where a majority of our summer learning opportunities will take place. You will notice that this year we included the extended school year summer reading or summer school, which is for our students with disabilities. So we've been coordinating with the Special Services Department. We also show you where you're going to see the CISA, the Sea Island School for the Arts program. So we are coordinating with them and the new MedTech camp that is going to come. So that is part of the grant through our Beaufort and Battery Creek clusters. So as you'll see here, a majority of our summer readings will take place, or summer school, sorry, the Director of Literacy and me keeps coming out. Summer school will take place through the month of June, Monday through Thursday. The next page is to show you the one change to that, or revision or difference, is that the students with disabilities is a half day and it will run for 6 weeks. So those services will go until July 14th. And you'll notice that that is from 7:45 to 11:45. And you'll see the 3 schools which will host students from across our district. The Student Services Department is already working towards identifying students, meeting with parents, and putting together individualized plans for summer school for the students. The next page is an example of the daily schedule. To the left, you will see our elementary school schedule. You will notice that the summer school day reflects the regular school day. So throughout summer learning, they will go the entire day. The school instructional day starts at 7:45 and students are dismissed at 2:45. You'll notice that there is time for breakfast and for students to arrive by buses. And then there is a little bit of time for them to be dismissed by buses. This is important on the elementary side because we follow the Read to Succeed legislation, which requires 96 hours of literacy instruction. And so you'll see we have that broken down at the bottom to ensure that students receive quality instruction, the total of 96 hours during our scheduled days, but then we still have time that is not included in our instructional time for eating lunch, breakfast, some time to play outside, and a enrichment period. So similar to a regular school day, there will be a time in the day for students to receive what we would call a related arts, specials. It is one person because the summer school is much smaller than normal school, but they have been very creative. So you'll see a variety of things from Lego Lab to yoga to so many cool things. And we work individually with schools based on teachers that are applying to find the right fit. On the other side is the middle school, high school schedule. That is a little bit different because you'll notice where they have to focus is on credit and course recovery. So we broke down the hours for that, giving time for credit and course recovery, in addition to allowing some time for students to be enriched with some other educational activities options. And I'll get into those a little bit more later in the presentation. The next couple of slides are going to show you which schools will be open this summer to host summer learning. This is, of course, based off of our plans for facilities maintenance, repairs, construction. So some of our schools will be hosting other schools. And on this, I also am showing you where you're going to find CISA, MedTech, so you can see where all of the summer camps are that kind of pull from across our school district to come into the schools. We are in the process of applications are out. So we are recruiting teachers right now for summer learning. We are doing it because we are trying to take a tiered approach. So we are going to see interest, compare that to our budgeted numbers, work with the schools to make sure that we have a well-rounded program that can meet all of the needs based on data, and then determine if we need to do another round of recruiting teachers. And then that will also allow us to start much earlier inviting students to come to summer school. So you will see that for staffing considerations, of course, all of them will be staffed with teachers. Elementary will have a 1 to 15 max ratio that is determined by Read to Succeed legislation. Middle and high school, we try to stick to a 1 to 20 ratio because remember, we are trying to do credit and course recovery. Although keep in mind at the high school level, we have to be really aware of that we are trying to recover credits, and like our sciences, only a chemistry teacher can recover that chemistry. So you might see smaller class sizes and based on just who needs the summer school and then what kind of credit we're trying to recover. But in general, the 1 to 20 ratio is where we go to first. We will have a coordinator at each site. This person could also be teaching. It depends on the size of the program. We will have an admin on duty for every site. So even schools that are sharing locations, they will have their own program running inside of the other school. So there would be an admin on duty for them and a coordinator. In addition, we are recruiting nurses. We will focus first on our schools with the students with disabilities and make sure that we are covering needs. And that is also why we're starting this process early. So when children apply to be part or accept the invitation to be part of summer school, we ask parents and we look at their records to see what kind of medical needs they may need. The next page goes into good news that the food services will be able to continue to be free through June 30th. So all students coming will get free meals, part of that federal I guess it is legislation that came down. So that is still in effect through June 30th, which is really nice because we won't have to recollect different documents. All children will get breakfast and lunch. Then the last couple of pages is just giving you a little bit of insight into what we will do during the day. So in elementary, you already saw that there is a lot of learning wrapped in literacy going on. And so we want to make sure that that is fun for students. They're spending their summer with us after all, and that it also dips into other content areas. So most of the texts that they will read and engage with at a higher order thinking are informational texts. I brought a very cool example for you. So this is a book that the students will get to experience this summer in the elementary school. And it is all infographics and like just very cool about animals. So there's going to be a thematic approach in some areas. So there's a series of books about, what if elephants disappeared? What if sharks disappeared? So you're going to read, they're going to critically think. We selected the books and the topics and themes based on our data. So we know that informational text is an area that we are continuing to work on. We also understand the level of questioning that we need to give our students experience with. In addition, we are going to be doing some brain boosters work. You might be familiar with that because that's actually part of a preparing students for GT. But we're pulling out the pieces about writing a question, generating questions with a clue. So you can see there's this big theme around critically thinking around text. And then I hope you also see that it allows time for inquiry, science, social studies, like other topics too. Alongside that, of course, we're growing our readers, so we will have strategic small groups using leveled literacy intervention and SIPs, which is the systematic instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, and sight words. In secondary, the first priority is we must use Edgenuity as our tool for credit and course recovery. We have aligned these to our standards and the pacing of our instructional units. So the students in the summer making up their credit or courses will see the same timeline and standards that they would have seen during the school year. So there is a great effort to ensure that it is a true recovery of missed courses and credits. In addition, there's opportunities and times for the students to participate in reading of novels, utilizing Reading Plus, using DBQ, and having STEAM-based learning projects. So we can see that there could be time for both, which will give children time on the computer and off in the secondary level. And that is our update. If you have any questions.
Boatright.
Thank you. I have two, and this might be a little bit more for Robert Otting. Last summer, Hilton Head High's summer school program was moved to Hilton Head Middle because of planned security and safety updates that didn't actually occur. My understanding was they were going to occur this summer, and now you've got Hilton Head Middle coming to Hilton Head High.
Yes, so it's going to be isolated to a portion of the building, and they've worked out that they're going to be where they're going to be enter and be away from construction.
Okay, so that's planned.
Yeah, so the bulk of everything, as you know, is going to be right there at the front entranceway, and their plan is to enter the building from the back where the gym is located.
Okay, I just want to make sure we hadn't
Yes,
missed
ma'am.
that. And then I have one other comment. I do have a frustration that I have voiced many times, but I'm in the healthcare industry, and St. Joseph's has built a facility south of the Broad. Beaufort Memorial has built a facility south of the Broad. Hilton Head is expanding its footprint. We're expanding Sun City. The healthcare needs of my community on Hilton Head are exploding. Yet, if any of my constituents want to participate in the med tech, they can drive 1 hour and 11 minutes, arranging their own transportation to Whale Branch Middle School, or 58 minutes to Beaufort High School. I know that I understand the magnet grant, but it is frustrating to me that with the tremendous need we have for these students, that we don't have something for them south of the Broad.
Chair,
I'm sorry.
may I
Yes.
provide some information? Mrs. Boatright, we recognize that. We also recognize the growth of our health and allied health science programs are a large predominant initiative for us. So I do want to add that on, not just north of the Broad, but our schools in the southern part of the county as well. Those initiatives are growing.
Because there are a lot of students on Hilton Head and in Bluffton that cannot arrange their own transportation.
Recognize we're also extending dual enrollment for career technical education as well. So we have a few irons in the fire to provide more. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes, the breakfast and lunch program, summer school, that will end on the 31st of what, June?
It will end in the end of June. We do have to reach out for extended services that will continue through July. That process is in place right now, Mr. Campbell, to address our students for the 2 additional weeks in July.
Okay, what happens after when school start next year?
I would have to reach out to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Crosby. Yes, free and reduced lunch applications must be completed. It is part of the registration packet for every student as we renew the registration. So one of the things we do have to push forward is please complete that registration packet in that form.
And the reason I ask that is because there are some senators now in Washington talking about cutting out the meals. So that's the reason why I asked that.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you, Mr. Stribinger. Thank you, Ms. Murray. Can you just tell me the MedTech 7, how are students identified for inclusion in that? Dr. Stratos?
That would be amongst for the first year, it is amongst our feeder 7 schools. Those are our schools within the Ladies Island, Mossy Oaks, Beaufort Middle, Beaufort High, and then our schools within the Whale Branch cluster. They will be invited to attend the camp for this year. Following year, that camp would open up to additional students throughout the county who have applied to one of those 7 schools who are part of the grant. They will be invited to attend the camp as well.
More my question, like how do you get the kids to come? Like, are the science teachers recommending and reaching out and saying, hey, this would be really great for you to do? I mean, how are you encouraging the kids to not look at this as summer school and this is something really great?
So one of the things is actually having a marketing plan, which was an earlier discussion today, that will be part of the invitation, because we want to market that this is a camp for fun, for engaging in, for example, utilizing the Z-Space 3D simulating computers that our targeted schools are going to have within this grant. We wanted to have hands-on activities. We've just brought on a young man who's working with technology and development for the grant. Hopefully we'll be able to grow a little bit for the unmanned vehicles, the small little cute drones. These are the ideas we have in place. Integration of Project Lead the Way, their project-based technology, and actually starting with Project Launch at the elementary. And that's something very new for us. We have not had Project Lead the Way at the elementary schools to the level that we are now going to have with MSAP. This is a pilot that's being put in place in partnership with our division to bring in these engineering concepts into the elementary beyond what our STEM teachers already do, ma'am. So we're going to market to try to show the creativity, because we need it for the students, but we also need it for our teachers right now. They need an opportunity to be creative as well. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ropan.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I think the summer school program seems to be really well thought out. I did question that the elementary schools will not have a counselor, and the middle and high school will. So, you know, I just, how was that decision made, or how will those students have access, or who's going to fill that role?
So Mrs. Roban, initially was the idea of the completing of students so they could be promoted. But many of our high schools, I apologize, our elementary principals, should they feel a need for the students who they're serving, there's only one answer, and that answer is yes. We will provide that opportunity. This information just went out to the principals last Wednesday. They've already given us some feedback for growth. So they know all they have to do is ask, and we will make it happen for them, because we recognize, I know where you're driving the question to the needs of our students. Yes, ma'am.
Mel Campbell.
Yes, also the question. Who are we targeting on the elementary level? Are we assured that these are the people we're going to get? And we have adequate preparation for showing that there's instruction for those people? And when I say who we're targeting, I see some of the schools have programs already in place that's going to be supportive. And I see some schools had no program, like Ladies Island Middle, for example, that's in place. So who are we going to get, and who are we trying to get there? On the high school, is it solely for those who are trying to recredit, recover credits, or are there opportunity for enrichment or for support at the high school level? And how are they being assured that they can attend?
Yes, sir. At the elementary level, legislation requires third graders at risk of retention are the first round of students we must invite. But our district has been able to secure additional funds to invite additional students. So we actually at the elementary already have students identified at a variety of levels, at variety of grade levels. We have started to analyze that particular data to know how we could best serve the students. So we're looking at the data in this large view across the district. What do we see? But we also are already starting to drill down to individual students. That is why we started the application process for teachers a little sooner this year, because we need to recruit the high quality teachers. We actually collect all of their names, and we know the years experience they have with teaching literacy. We know the degrees that they have in certifications. We know if they are a literacy teacher endorsed. So we are able to prioritize highly qualified teachers of literacy for the summer program. When we know those numbers, then we start to invite students based on priority lists. And so when you get into middle school and high school, it's a similar, except for the first round is we have to look towards the students that are in need of credit or course recovery. But there are opportunities, Dr. Stratus expressed to the principals, for additional students. So it doesn't have to be limited to students that are in need of credit and course recovery. We can open this up to other students. I think across all grade levels, there is the opportunity to be creative and do the right thing for students, as in, like you said, not only do you want to invite students, you want them to want to come. So yes, sir. So we have a fairly good reputation, which is nice when we survey at the end and we do the celebrations at the end of success. Parents and students typically enjoyed their time during the summer, and that has helped us recruit in following years. So we'll keep you posted, but I think that this will be well received this year.
That's my follow-up is there something in place that cross-reference is your targeted audience versus your gut.
Yes, sir.
Their reflection to say, we got 40% of who we looked at, who we wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere along the line, that missed opportunity is where we need to be going.
And starting last year into this year, the students that do come are also identified in Power School. So that gives us a means by which to monitor ongoing. But we also keep record of who's invited, who declines, the rounds that we go through of getting the students in the seats.
Mr. Smith?
Actually, Mr. Campbell was going exactly what I was going at as well. My question too is, how are we putting the learning loss into this component of what is going on? How are we engaging those students as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
So planning starts very early for summer school, but it's in service of learning loss, and really kind of being really purposeful and strategic with where are our gaps. So, we are aware at a district level and school by school of the areas that we have the highest percent of students scoring the lowest. We have an idea of what the students that we are inviting, like the third graders we're really focusing in right now. We know if they've been retained before, we know if they have any sort of special program attached to them. We know if their English is a second language. We're analyzing those barriers to make sure that we have the right teachers for them. So, learning loss really is at the heart of it all. So we're really aware of next steps or what could have been the potential gaps for the students, and how we can best expedite some learning for them over the summer, and avoid the summer slide, which is a thing that we have to contend with every single year. So either way, this is a really good opportunity for students to be in this small school environment over the summer, read lots of really great books with really great teachers, and just keep the learning going, because you all know, choose anything. If you don't practice for 2 months, you're not going to be as good at it when you come back in the end. So, there's just that core of it too that helps make it work.
Chairman Strivenger, may I just extend upon that? Also to recognize that our students attending an elementary school will be going home with books. That is probably one of the biggest things as well. So as as the teachers work through lessons, that they're building the proficiency and ability of our young children, our young students to read. The goal is that they take the books home and hopefully read to whom? Another sibling, a friend, a neighbor. We're also partnering with the children's and now the whole name just dropped out of me, but it's a children organization group out of Hilton Head. I want to say the Children Foundation, that books that we're going to be utilizing, we're going to be giving them the same books. So we can have our kids who are at a non-for-profit group in Hilton Head this summer and have the same material, because they're picking up a significant amount of students. They actually run a pretty large program. So we're trying to extend that as well. So our boundaries are getting, in other words, our net we're trying to cast cast larger and larger. We're also trying to build with our non-for-profit groups to see some of our sites are going to be closing, for this June. Everyone needs a break, but to see if we could have other groups get involved in the month of July to continue bridging education and learning for our students. So this is a primary step, a big foundation, but we're not completed yet.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. Also, just my last question: where's funding coming from this program?
ESSER funds and state funds will be utilized for extended learning. I was going to say from our taxes, but I wasn't going to go there. I did it. But it will be predominantly from ESSER and a combination from our state funding, especially in the area of third grade. That is a predominance area that we must utilize the state funding first.
Right.
We're extending at elementary. We'll go from second grade to grade 5. Those invitations are going to be open. The schools will be inviting the children, because we also recognize our second grade students have also been rather fragile. They've not had a year and a half of education. So should we have the personnel available, the more personnel we're able to onboard, the greater our opportunity of extending our net at meeting the needs of our students.
I don't see any more hands.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, board members.
Okay. The next item is under highly qualified teachers and administrators. And this is in respect to an update on the efficiency study as had been requested. So the efficiency study yielded 37 recommendations. And what I'm going to do is break down these recommendations for you and by categories and just give you a status update. So under the reorganization and realignment, the study provided 5 recommendations, and that was to reestablish Student Services Division, which has already been done, align primary functions, which have been done, except for one that they recommended that really can't be done because our legal advice has been contrary to that, and that is to have the hearing officers. The recommendation was to have the hearing officers in the Student Services Division, but because Student Services is where our discipline sits, the legal advice that we received is that the hearing officers should not sit in the same division. Okay, and so essentially, then the aligning of primary functions has been completed as well. Improve support roles for schools, organizational charts under the responsibility of HR, and to hire executive directors. Those have all been complete. Under recruitment, there were 4 recommendations. One is to conduct a salary review, which we are currently in the process of doing, as you know. The other 3 are ongoing efforts that we engage in all the time. Some of their recommendations are not recommendations that have end dates. They're really recommendations that should be on an ongoing basis. And so, for example, recruit and hire to align with expected diverse populations, continue hiring well-qualified leaders, and continue to provide cost of living stipends to teachers. Those are recommendations that we do, and those are recommendations that are on an ongoing basis. The next one are under hiring and retention. There were 4 recommendations. So design a staffing model formula to address individual school needs. That's been done. And when you, on the 25th during the work session, when we have a budget conversation, we will talk about that. Okay. Offer additional professional development career pathways. Those are on an ongoing basis. The following are ongoing efforts that we engage in all the time. And these are things like support principals with training to hire diverse teachers and staff members and offer additional professional development. Those are ongoing things all the time. Now, under policies and procedures, we have 4 recommendations, which are all ongoing. All the recommendations in policies and procedures also are not really things with end dates. So that was include representatives in reviews and updates, ensure policies are consistently applied across schools. And that's one of the roles that our executive directors play and that we begin to tighten up on. Develop policies and procedures for staffing and planning, and develop a process for reviewing and updating job descriptions. There were 20 specific recommendations to departments or divisions. HR has completed 7 out of the 8 specific recommendations. There is one that is ongoing, and that is continue moving away from paper-based processes. That's one of those that is going to be an ongoing thing. The communications division had one recommendation on there. That one recommendation has been completed, which was to move FOIA out of risk management and into communications. And so that has been done. Finance has completed 2 of the 3 recommendations. One requires continued consideration. The one that requires continued consideration is to move technology out of finance into a different or a separate department. So within technology, there are 2 functions that we have. One is our infrastructure function, and one is our educational technology component. Our educational technology component currently sits with our instructional services division. So that way, they're really teaching and providing PD around and supporting any of our educational programming that utilizes technology. The infrastructure continues to sit within finance at the moment, and that is typically because there is tremendous expense that goes and is acquired with technology and technology infrastructure, and so it sits in there, and they work well hand in hand. So I would say that that is one that it is still under continued consideration on what we will be doing there. ISD had 2, and they've completed the 2 recommendations. Legal has completed 1 out of the 2 recommendations, and one of them is ongoing. So one of them that was completed was to hire a legal assistant, and we have done that. That's been completed. The other one is that is ongoing is this creating standard operating procedures around onboarding and training. And so legal is working with HR around that, and so that's continued and ongoing. Let's see, where am I? Okay, operations had 4 recommendations. They have completed 3 out of those 4 recommendations, and the one that isn't completed also really isn't an end date. It's just an ongoing issue that we have, and that most transportation departments across the country have, and that is the recommendation was to continue to build consistency across transportation staff to prevent supervisors and leaders from subbing in to drive buses. The reality is that there's a shortage and we don't have enough drivers, and so that does require our supervisors to step in and drive the bus in order to accomplish the mission of transporting our students to and from school. So I can't tell you that's complete, but understand that that is an ongoing thing that we work at. Then there are 3 recommendations that are really still under consideration out of this whole thing, and that is they're either still under consideration or are in the process of being accomplished. Okay, I've already mentioned moving technology to different or separate, so we've already spoken about that. Creating a leadership role under student success to oversee all of athletics, providing support and leadership to all middle school and high school athletic directors. One of the recommendations was to have that a position that sits at the district in order to accomplish that. So to accomplish that, that is actually going to be part of the budget process that we're laying into the budget, into the upcoming budget. So if that stays in there, it'll be accomplished. If it doesn't stay in there, then it'll be a work in progress. Continue to build consistency across transportation. We've spoken about that. So that is the update around the efficiency study and the recommendations that resulted from the efficiency study. Accomplished almost everything already that was laid out in that efficiency study.
I was looking for your hand. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. I appreciate that a lot because at my first budget session on the school board, that was something that we wanted to accomplish with raising the available funds. And it sounds like that's all been done, largely been done. One of my questions was, I had asked also for an updated org chart, which we have here, because we've done, especially with ESSER we've added positions, we've combined positions, we've moved positions, and I just started to feel like I never had a handle on it to begin with, and I was losing what little I had. There was one thing under HR which said that they were going to be established, that HR was going to take over the org charts and that there was going to be a process for updating and maintaining them. Is there somewhere that a parent, a school board member, a student could go and see the technology org chart? Because when in the regional efficiency
Yes.
study, they had each department broken down. If you have a concern, you
Yeah.
want to,
You want to get specific into where you need to go.
and kind of the
Right.
scope, because some of these terms
Yeah.
are not clear to me.
Right.
necessarily.
So what you see on this org chart, right, is the high level
Yeah.
district org chart, right? And so within each of these, right, HR is working on putting hyperlinks that someone can click in a box and go deeper into it.
Thus improving going paperless, which all about. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Deputy Superintendent. I think that was one of the big moves we made after we got that study. Convinced the board that there was and now that we don't have one, is there some concern with there's that guy apparently judge of numerous and 12 links underneath the deputy superintendent. That all now will fall, I guess, underneath you, right?
Correct.
So what are the plans for that? And that coming up, the budget?
The plan is to maintain that position and to advertise and to hire that position. Yeah.
Mr. Williams-Smith?
Well, first, let me start off by saying thank you for your presentation. But also, those updates that you just gave us, I like things tangible. I would say I like to be able to read that. Where is that at? Or can you send us an update on all those so that if I want to refer back later, I can refer back to my notes or refer back to what you just read?
What I shared with you all? Yeah, I mean, that's my update. I mean, that tells you all the work that has been done and has been accomplished on the efficiency study.
Right. But what I'm asking is that can you give us something written to say exactly what you just said, so I can refer back to that if need be, or just to understand when someone asks me what's going on, then I can have that tangible, so I can be able to recite and to have notes to piggyback off of that.
I mean, if it's the will of the board,
Well, I would just say, everyone learns differently, and I believe in it being and actually having those documents. I as a board member, it bothers me when we get information as important as this given to me verbally versus having it, being able to read it later and being able to see it and digest it. For me, that's a little more appreciative, and it really bothers me when someone just brings up the information and give it to me verbally. So I'm just asking for that information to be in black and white, and so that I can have that and be able to refer back to that later.
Yeah, that's what you want. I have no objection to it. I mean, I've stated it here for the record, so it is, it is the work we've done. So be happy to do that.
Thank you. And then also, I do have a concern in terms of the deputy superintendent. The way this is breaking down, I've always asked ever since I've gotten on board. My question is, if you're not here, the way this chart breaks this information down is if you're not here, is almost, I'm not really exactly sure who's in charge, and that chart doesn't show that, because under the deputy superintendent, he have the executive director, chief instructional, and also student services. So you still have chief administrators, and you still have other tiers out there that I'm trying to figure out. In terms of the chart, where and who exactly is second in command here, And how does that work? What does that look like?
So the deputy superintendent position is actually second in command. It's vacant at the moment. And what we had in place before we hired a deputy superintendent was that our chief instructional services officer would be second in command. So until we hire the deputy superintendent, then that's the
right. Well, and I understand, but my concern is when I look at the org chart, how I understand it and how I envision, how I read it is just that you have several other people. I understand they all report to you, but in terms of it's not clear if someone was to click on this document and say, well, if I can't reach Dr. Rodriguez, who would I contact next in terms of leadership? And I just don't believe that. And that was one of my, that was in the support of hiring the deputy superintendent. That was one of my biggest whys and one of my biggest problems was that I would want to make sure that the deputy superintendent was a deputy and that person would be clearly distinctive next in line after you.
If you look at the deputy superintendent box on that org chart, it stands a little bit higher than the other chief boxes, right? So that would put our deputy superintendent as number 2.
Not necessarily, because to me, if you draw a line, it's straight on the same line as a chief admin. I mean, I'm not going to hold you with this, but I'm just saying that I just, if we could somehow, I would just like a more clear vision, because to me, how I perceive this is a little different. And I know that in the hiring of that and supporting of that, that was one of my pet peeves and one of my concerns is that if you're not here, who's next? And I understand you said that the deputy's up there, but
yeah, there's a direct line from me to the deputy on that, and the deputy's box is higher than the chief boxes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fiscal responsibility?
Earl has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Earl.
So this chart will be, you will redo this chart, right?
Well,
because Mrs. Henderson.
Correct. I mean, this is, we'll have to remember that this chart will always be a living document, because as people either retire or move to different positions. So when she officially moves to another position and the next person is hired, that next person's name will be in there, and she'll move to another box within an org chart.
Now, so the study that was done, I think, a year ago or 2 years ago, concerning the folks in the district office, have all those positions have been filled already?
You're talking about the efficiency study that we did.
Yeah.
Yes. So what I would say is, if you remember, the language that they used regarding HR was up to 17 positions.
Okay.
We haven't hired 17 positions, right? But we're not just going to hire 17 positions because it's set up to 17 positions, right? We want to focus on the function and where we are along the way and what we need. So we have hired into HR, and I believe it was about 8 positions, but it's not, just to be clear, it's not 17, because the language they used was up to 17.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Ms. Crosby?
Good evening. So as part of our monthly fiscal responsibility, we have 3 reports for you this evening. The $100,000 report, both detailed and consolidated, and the transparency report. Additionally, the board monthly budget report is available. So one thing I want to point out, as I have done for the last meeting or so, there was a request about Amazon purchases, and there is not a summary in the consolidated report, but when consolidating the two, both the Amazon Marketplace and Amazon.com, when consolidating both together, it did reach just over the $100,000 threshold. It was $101,000 this month. $866. So it didn't show up on the report. It's an automated report that pulls one vendor at a time, but it is certainly something that we could manually add in the future on as a reference point, and I think will be a good idea for us to do that. So the details of those transactions are about 681 transactions. So we wouldn't include all of that detail. Again, it would be a duplicate of what's in the transparency report, but I did want to point that out this evening. But beyond that, I'd be happy to take any questions on any of the reports this evening.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you for your work on the Amazon stuff that I've been poking at you about. I just had a question on the board monthly budget report. At the very top, the first thing it has is the instructional program for improvement services. I believe that was for the board session that we had. I was just wondering, because that's kind of standing alone, and I know it wasn't included in our original budget, but could that come from the other professional and technical budget?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Because we've got plenty there.
Yes.
So-
In interest of being transparent on not doing the budget transfers to show where we actually spent versus budgeting, we left the budgets as is, but definitely we can support that with another area within the budget.
And then my other question is in regard to the different travel allocations. The very top line doesn't have a project number, and I know all the other project numbers represent individual board members, correct?
That's correct.
What does the top line indicate that does not represent a project number or doesn't have one?
That is, if there is any excess in any of the accounts as a whole, that can cover the travel for the individuals. It also covers, I believe, Robin and Molly's, any additional, excuse me.
Oh, I
Sorry.
thought they were number 12 and 13.
Robin can probably answer that one better than I can.
Those travels are for like local travels when you do your legislative luncheons, the breakfasts and stuff that are local in Beaufort County that the board members attend. So that.
Yeah, no, I understand what those are for. It was there's the top line has no project number, but it does have a budget allocation. So I'm just trying to figure out who does that represent? I know that
represents the whole board. It's not just for individual.
So it's like a
board members.
catch-all.
So it's a catch-all. So if you
Understood.
do your local lunches or local travels, not travels, but events, local events and stuff, it comes out of that because it's not a individual budget. Am I saying that correct? Where you can understand it?
Yeah, I think I understand. And the only reason I even noticed it was because on the one for state travel, it's 297% right now. So I was just wondering, that was a pretty big marker for me.
So in transparency, as Tanya said, there were some things that when we did the P card, we did not allocate to individuals that we should have allocated, but we did not do any budget transfers per you all's request. So some of those should have come from individual travels, like when we register you for your state conferences and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Is there going to be a reconciliation of any of
We
that?
reconcile at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we're not transferring that because I've been pushing that we want to know what our budget variances are. Ms. Boatright?
Sorry, really quick. The net where this on the 100K consolidated says second 25% milestone payment for network along electronics refresh. Is that the 8%? Is that ESSER? Is that the referendum? Because there's so many technology buckets right now.
You're talking about the very first
Very
item,
first one,
PC
yeah.
Solutions. Okay. Second milestone, 25% milestone payment for network electronics refresh at all schools. So I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is that is that our 8%? We have like that money, or is this
Yes,
referendum?
it is the 8%.
Okay.
So the network refresh was the 8% funds that were approved in May
The
of
5
last
million
year.
that we had. So do we have, and I don't know, this may not be your question, but do we have our network electronics on a refresh cycle, or is that just something?
Yes, and Mr. Shohan is most likely online, but I believe that is every 5 years.
Okay, and I can ask them. I was just wondering what that was. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Questions?
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Mattson is going to be here and coming up to the podium to talk about the this month's ESSER update.
Good evening. You received, again, the same report that you have. We do try to summarize now with an executive report in different areas. You can see that our ESSER 1, which is CARES Act, we have about $200,000 remaining. The only expenditure we had was PPE there for the month, and we will continue to expend that in that category. We're still waiting if this funds goes away, and we're still working with one private school to try to finish up their expenditures in that area. And then in the ESSER 2, which is another, we have 19 months left of that grant. We spent a little over $844,000 this month or February, which is our monthly goal was about $765. So we did meet that monthly goal, trying to at least look at our spending and making sure we're getting there. We do expect lots more spending for the summer learning. You heard that program that is almost fully funded from ESSER. Last year, if you looked at your report for number 16 activity, we spent $1.3 million for all the summer programs last year. And we do have also ESSER 3 for that, for summer 23 and summer 24, working through there. Our largest areas of spending is in the mold remediation, which was a very delayed invoice that we received that was completed. That was that we did pay that area recently in the last month. And then you're seeing after school tutoring is going on in our schools. It's a nursing cost. We have spent about 34% of this grant to date. And then in ESSER 3, we have 31 months left. There was only $209,000 spent there. Most of it was instructional materials and the custodial ongoing contracts that we have. So we did not meet what our monthly expenditure budget is if you just divide it out by 31, which is about 1.3. But many of these activities in ESSER 3 are continuations of ESSER 2. However, we did finish our staffing meetings with all of our departments that have ownership of these activities. And we have identified several activities that probably won't come in at what we think we budgeted for. So we are going to work on a large amendment to make some changes there. We have a survey ready to go out to the community and parents and staff to get more ideas if there's any areas that to suggest some input from that before we do that. So be looking for that, waiting for approval on that, trying to get that out, a real blast for at least a good 2 to 3 weeks to get input from as many stakeholders as possible in that area. And so any questions that you have, I'll be glad to take them.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one suggestion, perhaps. The executive summary is very helpful, and I'm just wondering if perhaps along with the percentage of funds spent to date, you could add the dollar amount as just this is how much we've spent, or how much is remaining, perhaps. So that would be helpful. And then thank you for mentioning that you guys are doing a survey and that you're looking at kind of the human capital element of everything, because I know that that's a large portion of the funds for instructional coaches or nurses or whatever it be. So do you have an idea of when that will be coming forward? Because I'm looking at ESSER 2 with 19 months remaining on that one. And I just know if we were going to offer a contract to somebody, 19 months, there's not much on that contract, so.
We have actually, for staffing, have really pretty much gotten quite a few of those now set ready to go, that we've gone through the staffing with actually schools and things there. I don't know how many are vacant today for that, but we had several of those. In the last grant, we had also identified teaching assistants, but no teachers. So we are re-looking at that. The learning facilitator positions, they've revamped how they want to do that. So it won't be positions, it will be training for people and already existing and coaches and things like that. So we're really looking at staffing right now too. So we don't have that huge cliff coming when the grants are over there. So that was a lot of the instruction there.
Yeah, I know on some of our reports too, we have those color coded so that we know what positions are vacant that are funded with ESSER dollars, and that's been very helpful as well. I just want to make sure that we are keeping a close eye on those positions and that the board is aware of how those changes have been made, because when it was first presented, we had an idea of what we were going to do with the funds. So I just want to make sure we're informed. So
and
thank
we'll come
you.
back and kind of do a revamp of the activities of where we moved different things around based on that input and recommendations and budget moves. So there's a lot out there, and a year has passed and there's probably different needs than what we assumed at that time.
Thank you.
Dr. Watts?
Thank you, Mr. Stribinger. Ms. Matson, thank you for your presentation. I know you've spoken about this in prior presentations about doing amendments, and you have to, I believe, submit them to the state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how is that? Just can you remind us, like, how often do you have to do that? And
there's not a set time to do that.
Okay.
And the wording says it's substantially different.
Okay.
In ESSER 3 was that requirement there.
Yeah.
That requirement, there's 2 acts, but this last one there, but we are looking at all of them at the same time there. So ESSER 3, we've been really careful to kind of, if we had a supply that we purchased and it actually was equipment, well, that's a budget change. We do have to move money from equipment from supplies to equipment, but it still was a banned instrument. It was just over the limit of supplies. So those are small budget changes. We figured we're at a year almost, and so it's a good time to have a really look at this so that we can make sure that we get it expended in time. So it was, I think, March 11th of last year was when ESSER 3 was actually put in act by the U.S. Senate.
thank you.
Mr. Melvin Gamble?
Apparently you have a problem that I'd like to have. $4 million to spend and you have ways to spend. And you said that you're going to send out a survey to gauge the community per se, right? And my question to you and Dr. Rodriguez is, have we looked in totality at our needs from a district standpoint? And what an opportunity to revamp some of the things we do. And I don't know if the community has the answers as much as the experts do. Experts would be the staff, and the teachers and the administrators of these particular schools and their needs. How are we incorporating that as we go? I calculated you have more than $60 million to do by the end of the ESSER 3. Right? That's what your calculation says too. And right now we're grasping for straws on how to spend it. If I was the folk who were giving you this money, I'd be ready to pull it back, because we're not aggressive enough at getting this money spent, and the needs are quite obvious. So I'm, applauding the effort, but I'm envious. I'd like to have some of that money to spend myself on programs.
That work and are consistent for our students.
Yeah, if I may, I mean, when, a lot of times when we bring programs for conversations, one of the things we always hear from the board is, well, in education, there's always programs, they go away. There's other programs that go away. There's other programs that go away. So what is consistent? So I think what I'm going to do is, I think what I'd like to do.
I agree.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do is and what I'll probably do is schedule some time with each of you and be happy to hear what thoughts and insight about that you have around some of that as well.
Yeah, when I say programs, Frank, I don't mean something that's templated.
Yeah,
it's something that's created.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith.
I heard you said that you were going to send out some surveys. In every community, surveys is not a one size shoe fit all. And in my community, I don't think that surveys is enough, because you have grandparents, you have different people and different, you got aunts, uncles, grandparents who are raising these kids, and they may have some input, and they may be retired teachers, or like you've seen all this, but retired administrators. So my question would be, why not town halls? I mean, because the surveys, what does that look like? I mean, and how do everyone knows that they're getting surveys? So that's something I would like for you to speak to. Oh, Dr. Scotto's good.
I won't confirm or negate the idea with regard to town halls, Mr. Smith, but I will share that like Parent Link is the access that many of that we utilize as a district standard. For every student who is registered within Beaufort County, we can push out a survey to family. I recognize a majority of families do have a mobile device, and the survey could populate there as well. But we do hear you with regard to alternate models as well.
Okay, and I just bring that up because of the fact that, and I do appreciate how y'all do y'all surveys, because I've read some of your surveys. But every now and then I get grandparents say, "Look at Mr. Smith, I ain't got access to no technology. I do that. I don't do that. One thing I do on my cell phone is pick up, talk, and that's it. I don't do all that other stuff." So I just need to make sure that I'm serving them as well in any capacity that we can. Thank you. That's it. And also, if you definitely let us know when you do put those out and what course of action that you take, so that I can inform my community. Thank you.
Yes. Can we use some of this money to deal with and close the achievement gap?
Well, I think, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I think what we're constantly trying to do with whatever programs or initiatives, academic outcomes for all of our kids, and that's part of and includes closing achievement gaps. I mean, I think that's what I would want to say is that we're constantly, every initiative that we push out is with the intent that we think there's going to be a good return on investment on improving academic outcomes for students. Then we reevaluate it and see if it was or if it wasn't. And then if it hasn't been, we either make adjustments or we move on to one that hopefully will.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the superintendent's report is on COVID matters update. So on the COVID matters update, we're seeing, the numbers again decrease again in terms of positive cases. The positive staff cases this week is 1, and the positive student cases for this week is 0 that have been reported. And just to be clear, those are reported for last week. Okay, and so we reported to DHEC as we're asked to do at the beginning of the subsequent week. So.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually would like to make a motion at this point. I'd like to move that the Board of Education direct the superintendent to discontinue routine COVID reports at board meetings. I don't think we need them anymore. Oh, well, I mean, you can break, they can come back if COVID reassesses, but I'll go ahead and speak on my motion. We're not doing any.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Second that.
Okay. There we
Oh,
go.
sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We aren't, I have never been a fan of the school district being burdened with public health reporting. We're not really equipped to do it. It is available officially through DHEC. That is the agency that is charged with doing it. I agree, and not agreed to it, but I was okay with it while we were doing interventions based on COVID reports. So when we were quarantining, we are no longer doing any interventions for COVID. So to constantly have the staff have to gather, confirm, and verify information and report it, I think could potentially be problematic and is no longer necessary. And I think it's a distraction because we need to get back to, the fallout of COVID, the learning loss, the things that we have in front of us from a facility standpoint. So to me, we have one positive case in the entire district. We don't need to hear every board meeting what the current state of COVID is. I trust that Dr. Rodriguez, and I do anticipate that we will have another round of COVID positivity at some point, that if it gets to a point where it is once again affecting the school or affecting students, that he will come back with information.
The requirement from DHEC, to your point, is that if a school has 2 consecutive weeks of 10% of the student and staff population, that then you would reinstitute at that particular school the protocols around quarantines and until you have 2 consecutive weeks at that school of less than 10%.
I would suggest that at the agenda setting meeting, if you have nothing to report, you tell us and we don't put it on the agenda. But to leave it open, I don't think we need a motion on that myself.
Well, I am reluctant to support this because of the fact that we hadn't had spring break yet. And we're talking about sending staff and students on spring break. And we don't know what that could bring in the country. We kind of are at war. So, I mean, like you said, you never know what could reappear. I'm hoping that we would have kept this until after spring break and see what that does. And then I'm okay with probably not doing it, but not before spring break. That's a very big concern of mine. And people have asked me about, what is it looking like? This gives me time until then to be able to speak to that. So that's a big concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Ms. Boatright, and I do understand your concerns, Mr. Smith. But if we need to reinstitute, just like she says, if we need to reinstitute the reporting, it can be done after spring break. But until then, he doesn't have much to report. So if the numbers do surge once we get back, then yes, he will be compelled to come back to us and say, when we have our agenda setting meeting, I need to add that to the agenda so I can speak on it. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright?
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, this information is available through DHEC. This information is not that we will no longer have it. And to your point about if he needs to report at agenda setting, I think we get into a gray area of what needs to be reported. So to me, there's a clear opportunity here for a bright line division. We are no longer intervening in any way in the schools. So until that is necessary, I don't think that we need to constantly have the numbers presented because it is a burden of time. And like I said, it is not actually something the school is equipped to do.
Mr. Smith?
Well, exactly what she said, but also, at agenda setting, he might not have any numbers, but it could be days after when we do come to the meeting that he does have that number. And if the agenda is already set and he didn't ask for it to be on the agenda, then he can't report it. It takes 5 minutes to just do the report he just did, and we could have moved on after that. So I mean, it's kind of versus it's not hurting anything. It takes 5 minutes to report the numbers out and be done with it. I just don't see the harm in it. So I mean, that's my take on it.
I just want to confirm that Dr. Rodriguez can add anything to the agenda up to 24 hours before a meeting, correct? Okay, just one.
I would ask, how much effort did it take for you to figure out that there was only one?
Well, generally, we have staff members that the schools are reporting up. They report to our risk management, and then our risk management compiles and as part of that process. And then I look at, and that's on a daily basis, right? And so I look at it on a daily basis. As I've mentioned in the past, it's something I look at several times a day. At the moment, I don't need to look at it several times a day. So at the moment, I look at it every day. So I mean, the number is low right now. It's light right now. And I think DHEC is asking that we move to treating it as an endemic situation, the way that we treat a flu or a stomach virus or anything like that. So for example, if we found ourselves in a situation where a class had stomach virus and you found that virus was, running through the class and running through the school, you might shut down that class, right? Or you might shut down that school, right? That's always been. That has nothing to do with COVID. That has always been, as far as I know, as an administrator, right? So they're moving towards treating this as endemic, not pandemic at the moment.
Mr. Melkamp.
I hear all of this, but we all know what we went through with the pandemic. And I don't see why good news isn't accepted as bad news has been. And, I really don't see a reason why, how it hurt by saying, look, we are cancer free. And I think that would help a lot of the morale throughout the school district and throughout the country if we know that the kids are safe and everything, the numbers look good. But to dismiss it after, some early reporting, I think, continue reporting until we are clear way out of the woods. Heck, I'm one of the 3 cases in South Carolina last week. So I'm just saying, you never know where the numbers are going to fall. So I think we continue to monitor at least until the end of the school year or until we're clear that it's gone.
For the record, we report students and staff, not board members.
Ms. Boatright.
Just as a response, I don't think the fact that it doesn't hurt to do it is a good reason to do it. And the second thing I'll say is if you want to compare it to cancer, this would be like someone that's cured of cancer. And then every time they run into them, they say, hey, you still cancer free? Are you still cancer free? I think there is a psychological component of this, that if COVID sits on our agenda all the time, even though nothing to report and we're not doing anything about it anyways, I do think that there is a reason to say the schools are not involved in COVID reporting.
I can tell you that as a cancer survivor, I appreciate people asking me if I'm still free.
Every time? Every time you see them?
Every time I see them.
Okay, I'll remember to do that.
You know why? Because they're telling me they care and they remember. And I can't tell you how important that is. And I don't mean to be gushy about this, but it is really important. When I was struggling and the board sent me a get well card. I actually cried. So it's the same thing. I expect people, like Colonel Geyer always asks me every time he sees me, how you doing? How's, you
And I
still
think-
free?
I think that's fantastic, but I do think that constantly, and I've worked with cancer patients in the healthcare setting. Everyone does have different senses with that, but it's a question of keeping it front and center when it doesn't need to be front and center.
Okay. I think we can vote on this. I call for the vote. The motion to direct the superintendent to discontinue update on COVID. All those in favor? 6. Those opposed? Okay. So vote passes.
Next item? Okay, the next item on the agenda is the update on the Beaufort High School logo and mascot issue as it's listed on the agenda. And so what I'm going to do this evening is share with you just an update on what has transpired through this process. So as you're aware, in the last board meeting, we had several community members who spoke about the logo at Beaufort High School. The first thing I want to make sure that it's important that we do talk about, and that is a distinction between logo and mascot, right? This is, they are the Beaufort High School Eagles, and that has not changed, right? They are the Beaufort High School Eagles. And then the issue regarding the colors. And so the colors for the school are green and white, and the colors remain green and white. Now, having said that, I will tell you this, because as we heard and we saw from our community members, they shared a lot of information with us last meeting and this meeting as well. So what I do want to share is that the band uniform. Well, I'll get there. Let me get there. So the administration at the school shared that prior to July 1, 2019, the logo that's depicted on the field came into use at the school. Okay. The administration further shared that the band program did recently purchase green, white, and black uniforms. And the black component of the uniform was essentially because they constantly incurring an expense around keeping those uniforms clean, and when they're going out to performances and we're going out to competitions. And that was why that happened with the pants. That is what administration shared around that. Mr. Rotting and I had the opportunity and the privilege to speak with 3 members of the community on Friday, February 25th, 2022, before the last board meeting, and listened to their concerns. And they shared their history, they shared their story, they shared the story of the school, about how Beaufort High received its name, how Beaufort High received its colors, how Beaufort High received its mascot. We've heard those stories several times last board meeting. We've heard them several times again this evening. They shared, they wanted to meet, they shared with me that their purpose for the meeting with me on February 25th, and the reason they wanted to meet with me was to inform me that that they and other alumni would be coming to the March 1st board meeting to speak and express their feelings on the matter, which they did. During our meeting, I shared that the logo on the field was in use prior to July 1, 2019, because when I arrived here and began my tenure here as superintendent on that day, July 1, 2019, there was a cap with that logo on it as a welcome from the school to Beaufort County. They expressed their their sentiments and how they felt hurt by that logo shift or change. They shared that with me on that day. During our meeting, I shared that I didn't think that anyone at the school had any intent on diminishing or insulting the history of the school or any of the individuals that are closely and that we've heard from certainly over the last couple of board meetings. And that in fact, I do know that the school does celebrate its history. In fact, we talked at that meeting about how that history of the school is memorialized in the pillars of the school, and including the eagle that is in place as you walk into the building that is there. On Friday, March 4th, well, we had the board meeting on March 1st. On Friday, March 4th, 2022, Mr. Otting and I met with two of the same community members that we met with on February 25th. Once again, during this meeting, I shared my thought that it might be a good idea for a representative group of the alumni to meet with a representative group of our students at Beaufort High School. And they specifically asked me about what the purpose of the meeting would be. And I shared with them that I thought it was a good opportunity for them to share more about their history, to share about their experiences, and that why this issue is very personal to them with the students. We talked about that for quite a bit. There could even be an opportunity in such a meeting for the students to share why they embrace the logo as well. The members of the community shared with me that they would be willing to meet with students and provide kind of an additional education and background about the history of the school and the eagle and why it's so personal and important to them. They also shared that at the end of the day, the solution around that eagle to them was non-negotiable. Right. Administration at the school shared that the logo on the field, again, was in use prior to July of 2019, and that they shared that there are approximately 23 other logos that have been used over time depicting the eagle in various ways. And they shared that their school colors do remain green and white, that they also continue to use the original eagle as well. And school, excuse me, and the school administration pointed also to the fact that they use it even on the original eagle on their program graduation and things like that. And so that's essentially my update to the board as to the issue right now.
What is the next step, do you think?
Well, I think obviously, we've heard from our community members about how personal this situation is to them and how important this is to them. And I do think, this school is a part of them, and this is a complicated issue because it's also a part of the students that are there today, right? So, that's why I thought it might be a good idea for them to come together and talk about it and share. I mean, we've heard the story, the incredible story of how 3 schools came together and determined what their mascot would be, what their colors would be, what their name would be, right? And these are students. They were students, excuse me. They were students from 3 different schools coming together, right? And I just think we find ourselves in a situation where we have students that are also students of the school today, and we find ourselves with alumni with a very rich and personal history around the school, and it is personal, to them. And so, I mean, I do think that coming together and having conversation about it is an important step for sure, you know, and I personally do intend to go and speak to students at the school, and then look and see if there's a possibility for us to bring them together. I think that would be an important piece. They've led the way. Our community members led the way before in a difficult situation.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that with a lot of things as a board, you know, there's lessons learned. And this is one where the community spoke out. You know, I'm from here. I was born and raised on Hilton Head. I remember when we changed to the Stingrays, and that was a big deal for a lot of the students. So I can't imagine what the impact is to someone who sees changes happening at a school with the historical significance in Beaufort. When I was looking at our board policies and how we determine these things and who governs where in issues like this, the policy can be interpreted as being unclear, in that the prefacing statement talks about school names, and then A underneath that talks about names, mascots, and colors, and it's silent on logos. So I do think that there's a necessity for us as a board to look at the policy to see if there's any revisions that need to be made, as well as to consider historical significance, because we are blessed in that we have a lot of rich history here. And I think that needs to be a consideration in policy for when we do make any changes in the future. So perhaps there needs to be more in here. And I'd be happy, you know, to look at that with the policy committee, but I just wanted to make that suggestion in those statements.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
Yes. The Eagles and the Cars were done in 62? 67. And voted on in 69. My question is, normally, when you're going to change something at a school, the administration at the school talk to the students and see what input they have. Was this done? Okay. All right. Because I know that when at Rail Branch, the students was involved in all of that. They came up with the name, they came up with the Warriors name, and also the mascot. So I would hope that we can straighten this out. You know, that's just my concern. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Actually, you know, as being an actual Eagle, graduating from Beaufort High School and understanding this, you know, the conversation is, the conversation isn't about the mascot change, because the Eagle is still the mascot, but the emblem where that represents the school has changed. If the eagle is seen in more places than the flying eagle, then that's what people will associate Beaufort High School with. It appears that the rebranding is occurring. When you bluntly change an image or logo representing a small business or company or a group or an entity, this what happens whether we like it or not. Each sports program, football press box, scoreboard, social media, all these outlets have this brand on it. What does that mean? That at the end of the day, not only has the mascot has been changed, but the brand has changed. And just to look up the definition of rebranding. Rebranding means change corporation or a company organization. So to some people, me personally as an eagle, I don't know what kind of bird that is. That could be a parrot, a duck. That bird has no meaning. And so with that being said, you know, I'm one of the most big advocates for students, but this should have been protected because this was also by a court, by a federal court. So with that being said, I don't think it's really about what the students want, because you can't go in the military and tell the military that you want to change their logo. This should have been protected. And I think as a board member, I feel that I too have dropped the ball, because like Dr. Wineski said, there should have been something in here, because this is a different situation in terms of it being history. This is that we are erasing history. And let me just go ahead and address the elephant in the room. There has been a lot of people asking me, Mr. Smith, is this a part of the critical race theory? I tell them I don't know. But what I do know is that the brand and the image has changed. The rebranding has definitely took place. So with that being said, as a board, I believe that, and I appreciate Dr. Rodriguez for meeting with the organization and the representatives of the community that came together. But I think that wholeheartedly, this is a board function and this is a board decision, and we as a board, we have to make this right, because leadership stops at the top. So at this time, I would like to make a motion that we return the Fighting Eagle to Beaufort High School with the historic history, and also to include the information first to restore the Fighting Eagle to Beaufort High School brand, whether it's brand, rebrand the image, the logo as it was. That's the bottom line. It is not what it is. When you Google it, that's what we can't find. So that's my motion. Oh, okay. Basically, the motion is simple as this. I make a motion that as the board that we reinstate the Fighting Eagle at Beaufort High School as this logo. I mean, as his mascot and logo. And along with that, the colors green and white. I'm gonna put that in there as well. And also to put the colors green and white. Yes, that is my motion.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Mr. Strivenger. I have listened with great interest and care about the history, and thank you for that. Everybody that has shared that, thank you for that. However, I am a little confused. So my children graduated from Beaufort High School in 04 and 06, and it was the Fighting Eagle, and the colors are green and white. So to make sure that I was informed for tonight's meeting, I took a tour of Beaufort High School. All right, again, I mean, I've been there several times, but I took it just to see what was going on. And I'm confused because you say return to the Fighting Eagle. The institution of learning, the high school itself. You drive up and there is the Fighting Eagle on the marquee. You walk in the front doors and there is a 10 by 15 mosaic of the Fighting Eagle on the floor. You look at the attendance sign and it says sign in here, and there's the Fighting Eagle right there. I mean, the school is replete with the Fighting Eagle. And you go through and everything is green. It's green. I mean, so what I don't understand is, are we only talking about the football field? And I'm being very serious. Are we only talking about the football field? Wait a minute. I'm not done.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right. And so I don't understand your motion about returning to it because I spoke to the principal. I've spoken to parents. It is the eagle. It is green and white. Those are the colors. So what really is this motion about returning to? So is it just the football field? Is that what is really, is you want the Fighting Eagle back on the football field? So if you could share, if you could explain your motion, please.
No problem. When I went to a basketball game a couple of weeks ago, and when I walk in the basketball game, I see, first off, I see the gray and green bleachers. I'm like, where am I at? I'm thinking I'm at Bluffton High School because actually, just also to give a backstory, the reason why Bluffton High School also have, they at first they were going to be green and white too, but that the problem was that would mirror Beaufort High School, so that's why it's called BLCHS, which is Bluffton High School or whatever. That's how that was a change in that. And also, their colors were gray and black. They added gray and black to their green and white to differential. Excuse my words getting tired, from Beaufort High School. But furthermore, when I walk in there and I see gray and green uniforms, unbelievable. And then when I look at the band uniform, the band is black and gray and green or something. Those colors, when you look for Beaufort High School, you're looking for strictly green and white. When I went to a track meet and I looked at the tent, I look at the uniforms, all those students are in green and white. And then also just to go further, I remember when I was at Beaufort High School, I was a part of the basketball team. And I remember when Mr. Calvin White, bless him, I remember when Mr. Bruce Beasley got some uniforms and they were gray and green. Mr. Calvin White told him at that time, the uniforms look real good. They look nice. I'm looking forward to seeing you scrimmage in the uniforms. You tell Michael Dean Perry, thank you. But you cannot wear those uniforms because the uniforms should be green and white before high school colors. That's just the bottom line. There's no in between. So when you wear different things and different replicas, then you're saying you're someone who you're not. And it's just not with the football stadium. It's with the I don't know if you're in the gym, but in the gym they have gray. And I asked Mr. Arving. I remember when you asked me a question, was it personal? I think in the operation meeting, I said no. Is that the community has a problem with it, and that I saw gray bleachers and green, and that's not our colors. So it's branding. And when you Google, the new Eagle comes up. That's that new logo. That's the new brand. So that's problematic.
Follow up on that, please. So, Dr. Rodriguez, what did you find out about July 1st, 2019? How did the logo on the football field change? I mean, who did that and how did that happen?
July 1, 2019 was my first day here. And July 1, 2019, there was already a hat that had that logo on it. So that had to be prior to that, is what I'm saying.
I understand that, but I didn't know if in your research and speaking to anybody, have you found out when did that happen on
During
the
the
football
course
field?
of, my understanding is, and Mr. Rotting, if you can, help with this too, if you're aware, but my understanding is that during the year of 2018-2019 school year, is when that would have taken place. And I think Mr. Ronnie, is that about right?
So I don't know the exact time of the change, the new logo. There actually was a version prior to this. I believe it was about the time that the head football coach came in. And I even think it started in the football coach prior. So I actually have to say, I don't know the exact time that date was changed. I mean, where the logo was changed to what the new logo is that's on the field now.
So the football coaches are the ones that get to make the change?
I'm just saying that's about the time that it occurred. I do not know the process they went through. I was not involved in it.
But it was a school process.
As far as I know. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
First of all, I think the conversation is a lot more concerning than most of us can even realize, particularly board members who have not been a part of this county for any period of time. And this conversation, this argument about whether or when it was changed or how it was changed is not as significant as it was changed, and it shouldn't have been changed, and particularly because of the history behind it. And first of all, a lot of folks don't even know how the eagle got to be the mascot in the first place and the history behind that. So that's the other issue. But the trying experience to integrate the schools in 1971, after 17 years beyond Brown versus Board of Education, alone is a history that we as board members need to study and know. And if we're gonna say we are really true enforcers of proper education in this county, because this county has a history that's evolving. But some of the things in this county are history that's being dismissed. And this little thing, it seems like a little thing, it seems frivolous to many of us, and I can understand why. I can understand the sentiment of what's the point. It's an eagle is an eagle is an eagle. But from my standpoint, that eagle represents some serious history that's indented in this county school system. And I don't see how any change of that could be done under proper terms from the standpoint of teachers and educators who understood that. So our problem is a lot deeper than just the changing of that eagle. It's from folks who clearly are educators, who should be educating, and now you're asking the parents to meet with the day's students. These parents have graduated in 1971, 1975, and they're going to meet with students who are graduating in 2022. And you expect that to be an understanding that's going to come to some kind of fruition. Well, let's look at the time period that have elapsed over that time and the history and the education that have been lacking in that time period, because that's where our mind should be set. How much of that history that they brought in, in a matter of proactivism, the last two meetings, that we really don't know. Board members don't know. Educators in those schools don't know. In particular, the educators at Beaufort High School don't know. And to discuss it in a contemporary sense is a basic affront. It's a basic affront to the people who went through it, but it's a basic affront to me as a Black person saying, hey, I was born in this county and I understand what this county have gone through, and I understand the education and the lack of education that it has provided. I think we can do some things to correct that lack of education, because we're going to force some people to go back and review and study Brown versus Board of Education, which I doubt they study at all in high school now. And that's my idea, is this is a no-brainer in terms of if we want to do the right thing, if we want to properly educate all of our children in Beaufort County. I mean, we just had the African American seminar for 2 weeks, but that's a tip of the iceberg in terms of what needs to be taught and what our children needs to learn. And I don't understand. This might be minor in many of the minds, but I see this as a pivotal discussion in terms of how our focus is in terms of educating. And I will support the motion or whatever it does.
Ms. Boatright?
I don't know anything about, this issue. I didn't go to school here. I've learned about it. I'm not going to get involved in the mascot. But what I find uncomfortable about this motion is that there's got to be a better procedure than this for something like this. It's on the agenda as an update on the logo issue, and we're going to vote on it without even hearing from, I know I've received emails and I've talked to students at Beaufort High who want to keep the mascot. We aren't even hearing from those organizations, and we're going to direct a school to do something. There's nothing in our policy that allows us. I'm sorry, would you mind me finishing just for a minute? So at any rate, I think what we need, I looked at our policy and it says under mascots and colors, board responsibility, naming new schools and determining their mascots and colors is the sole responsibility of the board. Now that is in reference to new names and changes to mascots. But it has a sentence in here that says the board will appoint an ad hoc naming committee to suggest possible names, mascots, and colors when the need arises. Could we not do something similar here? Appoint a committee, get different people together to discuss the possible changes of the names and the colors.
Okay, I'm going to speak to that. I don't think we can do that. There's no negotiation. I believe Mr. Smith summed it up. I don't care what the students want.
I have a problem with that.
I know you have a problem. I think that sums it up. Yes, I understand that it is history. Students don't have that history. Many of them probably don't have it. Some may, but that's what it boils down to. It's as simple as that. I think I agree with what Dr. Rodriguez was trying to do there's two sides. One side likes that new logo. Their side doesn't like the new logo. And you have a class of 71 who has already demonstrated they're incredible negotiators because they brought 3 schools together. So you would think maybe they could get together with the students and come up with a compromise. So I get that. It just seems like the natural next step is to have the people on this side talk to the people on this side. But what I'm hearing from what Mr. Smith said is they don't want to talk. They're in charge. Their history. They're going to put their foot down. This is an adult to a child. So I don't know how you resolve that. I really don't. I'm familiar with the committee and all that stuff. I just don't know how you resolve that. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to thank the community for coming out and expressing, your concerns. It's important for us to know the history. I'm not from here, so I did not know the history until this came up and this was brought to me. And I went to the school last week, drove to the school to see the eagle. I saw the eagle on the front of the school, and I went to the football field and saw what was on the football field to get a better understanding of what was going on. I have a question because it was mentioned twice. It was stated that there was a legal mandate that stated that Beaufort High would have the name, they would keep the name, the mascot would be the eagle, and the colors would be green and white. Where is that legal mandate? Where was that written? I'm looking at Wendy Cartledge because she is our legal counsel. So is there, oh, here comes Robert up. Come on up. Because I need to know where is that written? Was that legally put on paper? Because let me tell you, in the legal field, if it's on paper, it's legal.
No, and the only reason I'm coming up is because we did some research and tried to find the original document in any way that and how it was stated. We were not able to find that. We were able to find some historical documents to describe it and describe the agreement. We have not been able to locate the actual original document. So I have not seen it to date. And if anybody has it, we'll be glad to look at it. Because one of the concerns would be how was it stated and how was it described there? And so that we've not been able to locate.
Okay. And I think that's something that we need to definitely see. I'm going to have to abstain from this vote, and I believe in preserving the history. But the only reason I'm abstaining, and I want this to go on record, because there's more information that I need. Like I need to hear the information. And this is my legal mind working. That's why I'm going to abstain from the vote. But I truly believe in preserving your history. It needs to stay there. And being a band student, I marched in band, and we wore white pants for 2 years, and our colors were garnet and black, and we went back to black pants because it was hard to keep those uniforms white when you have white as one of your colors. So I understand. Can y'all compromise from a band student to other band students? I don't know if any. So green pants. Okay, if that's green pants are easy to clean. White pants are not, but if that is what you want, I think that is something that should be. Okay, see, I don't know, because I have not seen the band march. So, but if that's something that needs to be changed, it needs to be changed.
Ms. Boatright. Oh, you forgot. Mr. Smith, I guess he forgot to put his.
Yeah, oh.
Tina?
I know that the community came out tonight and the last meeting to express the history, which I appreciate. I feel also that we don't have all the information necessary. For example, there's cost involved to this, and one cost is we've spent referendum dollars, as I understand, would be on the logo that's on the field, and that would obviously be the turf expense, which I imagine is quite high. And are the bleachers also part of the referendum dollars?
The Robert went to get it. The field, right? The track, the scoreboard, the press box. I believe we're all part of that.
And can Robert,
Yeah, we can verify all the specific things. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
And also just to basically put it back in the perspective of, it's not that I don't think that a community is not willing to compromise, but you just don't erase. There's no compromising in erasing history. You know, and in our community, if you go out and you, but yeah, let me put this perspective. Let me put it in real time. If I go to Christian Academy, I can't go to Christian Academy and say, I want to change the emblem. Christian Academy will tell me, you want to change the emblem, you take your check and you go to another academy. And so I think that is more so of, in the same instant here, is that we're trying to get the community to negotiate history. To me, that don't go over well. I mean, if you look at the charter schools that we got going, that we have in Beaufort County right now, they're putting these kids out left to right. They're not changing. They're not breaking their rules. And also, this emblem is also on the baseball. It was also on the baseball team. Scripture for time, save, keep the time. You know someone else. I got somebody to look for this document. You know someone else.
Goodrich.
I too do not want to alter anything about Beaufort High School's flying eagle, colors which are green and white. However, this motion, I truly don't understand what it means. So if I were running track, Mr. Smith, I need to know what your motion means. If I were running track and I had eagle wings on my logo, eagle wings, green and white, is that allowed? Okay, my son played baseball. They had a big B. They didn't have the eagle. They had a B for Beaufort. Beaufort High, the green and white B. So what does this motion mean? That you are only allowed to use the Flying Eagle? Is this what this means? So no matter what sport you play or what academic team you're in, it can't ever look any different. The only logo of the eagle you can use is the Flying Eagle. So you can't use, like I said, you can't use eagle's wings on a foot because, you know, you're fast and fleet and fly, you know, or you can't use, I mean, the only logo you can use of this eagle is the exact Flying Eagle on every single piece of article of clothing, every printed material, every graduate. I mean, what are you saying? Because once we make this motion, what does it mean? What are you asking Dr. Rodriguez to force Beaufort High School to do? Before I can vote for this, I have to have those answers.
Well, let me ask you this question. Okay. Right. I'm asking a simple question that help us all answer. We have Apple iPhones. On Apple iPhones, what do you see on the iPhones that represent them? How do you know
Mr.
it's
Smith,
Apple?
I'm asking you a question. So are you saying that in every sport, wrestling, track, swimming, the only thing that can be on that uniform is that eagle?
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying, because that is the mascot, and that is how people know that you're representing Beaufort High School with your green and white colors.
Their answer was yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. My bad. Yes.
Okay. It's 9:28. We have public comments. And we have a call.
So can I,
Yeah, well,
after that?
yeah, we would need a motion to extend the meeting, but we have a motion on the floor already, so I think we should just deal with the motion on the floor and then move to the other stuff. Mr. Smith, we don't need side conversations. I'm trying to keep us moving here. All right, let's vote on this motion, and then we can have public comments, or we have to have public comments. That's not a motion that we need to extend the meeting. We have to have that. So let's get rid of the motion that's on the floor. Motion is to return the Fighting Eagle to Beaufort High School as its mascot and logo to put green and white. All right, all those in favor? Campbell? Those opposed? Vote right. Robine, myself. Dr. Go. I voted against that, but I'm going to suggest a better worded motion to have more success. More specific. Okay. Now we need a motion. We need a motion to extend the meeting. Dr. Watts.
I move that we extend tonight's meeting until we finish the agenda.
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Smith. All those in favor? Aye. For you an aye or no? You're an aye, you're an aye. Aye for an aye. Mr. Smith, I don't know. Okay, Dr. Mr. Smith.
Right.
Okay, now we have to move on to the public comments. Mr. Stephen Green, you're first because you've been waiting all night to speak. So.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent Rodriguez, and the rest of the board members. I thank you for allowing us to be heard. I heard what your vote was. I hope we know that this is not the end of it. It's not as simple as changing of a mascot. I would hope that for all the board members that are not from here, that we learn about here. You just completed a seminar that talks about the danger of not understanding where you are and how to teach the children here. This is a perfect example of what goes wrong when you don't understand. We talked about the money that it's going to take. It's not money that we are asking you to spend. It is money that was already spent unwisely before the research was done. So the question now becomes, where do we go from here? Do we think, okay, we'll go back home and no. That color, green and white, should stand. That mascot, what we saw on that field, does not represent the eagle from Beaufort High. If you want to know what is acceptable, we are willing to teach the children. They don't have to change to be proud of where they are. And we can show them where we came from. We don't mind going forward. Not just myself, but others from all three of the schools would be more than happy to talk to move the children forward. We had this conversation with Dr. Rodriguez. That's not the problem. The problem was how we were greeted, and no one cared about our history. To prefer to ask for forgiveness than permission is not acceptable. So we thank you for your time, and we'll be back.
Geraldine Dawson.
Good evening again. I must state my disappointment with your vote. And I must call your attention to some things. I'm looking around this board table, and I know all of you went, or most of you went to a school, be it high school or a college. When you went there, you met things in place there. You met a name, some colors, and a mascot. You were not at liberty to change them, just as the students are not at liberty to change them, let alone no research having been done. If a change was necessary or wanted, desired, or even thought of, there should have been a process, and there really wasn't. It's not something that a school decides. As you all well know, even as a board, as former students yourselves. So, like they said, we will be back. Take it under consideration that this is not going to go away easily. Thank you.
You have one, Tony.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on speakerphone and you have 3 minutes. So state your first and last name.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Chanel Drake calling from Detroit, Michigan. I am a member of the 1971 graduating class of Beaufort High School. I am also one of the 3 original students that integrated schools in Beaufort County in 1964 by attending Mossy Oaks Elementary School. At this point, may I say, I am the whistleblower who brought the cartoon character Eagle to the attention of my classmates at our 50th reunion in October of 2021. At that time, we donated $1,000 to the athletic department and offered to pay to have the correct eagle replaced, which was dismissed. But there cannot be 2 separate eagle designs, a flying American bald eagle and a cartoon character. It pleases me to see the young boys that spoke earlier because they indicated that they wanted to start a petition to improve the lunches at their school. I applaud them and their parents for teaching them early to stand up for what is right. I too agree that if necessary, the Beaufort High School green and white eagles could also start a petition in order to correct a wrong. I have heard too many excuses, no one taking credit for the design, and who approved it? Surely not the Board of Education. I was a majorette in the Beaufort High School band, and our uniforms were white, and the band wore white pants. And there was never a problem with getting uniforms cleaned, so this is a poor excuse for ordering black pants. Ignoring our history is not acceptable. Failure to follow policy is not acceptable. We will not be silent. We will not go away. Those who choose to insult our history have obviously never had to fight for a cause, nor have any respect for culture or pride. It is impossible for the current students to have a realistic opinion to a history that they have not been taught. I take pride in being a Beaufort High School Fighting Eagle, and I will not accept the colors of green and black or any other variation of colors. We do not care to wear Bluffton High School's colors. I strongly encourage the elected board and members to listen carefully to what's been said by these registered voters and to take the right action. For us, it's a simple fix. Follow your policy. If the board did not approve this change, in the words of Spike Lee's movie, do the right thing. In my Geechee dialect, for those who are not Beaufortonians, you've come here. We've been here. Thank you for your time, and I close with Eagles for life. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only one.
Second, the end of the second public comment.
We start all over. You wouldn't change those 2 flags. I served in the Marine Corps for 3 years, active duty. Janelle's father, who's on the phone, serves over 30 years, okay, in the Marine Corps. You dare not change that flag or wear it upside down or fly it upside down for that matter. So you have to stand up sometime for what is right and not be so political. What was right? Where are the parents and the students? We had 2 meetings. Where are they? But you came in here biased and representing people that are not even here. They're not even here, but yet you're voting for them and they don't have the guts to be here. They don't have the guts to be here because they don't have a position. Now, like I said, I attended the Beaufort school system for 6 years, junior high and 4 years in high school. Before merger, there was the majorettes, the cheerleaders, whatever. They used to come on the field in 68, 69, somewhere in that time frame, and they carried a rebel flag. They carried a rebel flag in the parades. In the parades and the football fields, pep rallies, here come a big red rebel flag. It may mean something to people who grew up in South Carolina. Okay, but that was offensive to Black people, and I don't have to explain to you why. Okay, so what is meaningful to someone is very hurtful to someone else. So this is coming back. It's coming back. This makes no sense at all for what you've heard in the last 2 meetings, and you reject that. You know, if this was in a courtroom, if you don't show up, the other side wins by default. They didn't show up. They did not show up, and they won. And you're endorsing bad behavior by endorsing something that was not allowed in the first place. You're endorsing bad behavior so they can do what they want to do next time.
It moves us on to board business action.
Point, I thought you said that you were going to make a motion. You said that something more clear? Something.
I'm sorry.
You said that you were going to make a motion, or you wanted something more clear?
No, I'm not making a motion. I said I thought that if your motion was clearer, it might have had a different outcome.
And in terms of more specific?
Yeah, well, that was very broad. It would mean everything would have to change, right? Everything. I thought Ms. Fidrich outlined it pretty well. You know, because it went from, I have thought there was the eagle on the football field, press box in the school. I thought that was the issue. But your motion expanded to everything, as Ms. Fidrich explained. You know, I looked at the catcher's mask and it's got that new logo on.
Right.
And the baseball hat had the new logo. The ones still on the letters had the new logo. So you would change. This is so broad, it would change everything. And I get, if that's what you want, then you've got your result.
So
if you want to change the logo in the football field, the press box, and the scoreboard, that's a different motion than the one you put up. So I'm not trying to influence you. I'm just saying, you know, if you had a more direct motion, it might have had a different outcome.
Right, and I get that. The only way I would possibly see able to get done in terms of what you're saying, if we gave them time to get back to the original logo, because of the fact that, you know, even as I sit here and think, you know, with what the lady just said, you know, we owe them the right to restore this. But the process, the who, what, where, when, why, and how, only thing I can see fit for is to say, give them give the school within the 6 months or within next year that everything is over a process, that the football field and those things in terms of graduation and other things, that those are restored immediately. But I can see giving them time, but to say not everything then once again, then that we run back into the same issue upon logos.
All right, Mr. Smith, I understand you don't want to change your motion. Your motion failed. So let's move on. I was just trying to give you some advice. And it's bad advice, fine. We need to move on though. The revised academic calendar.
I move that we accept the 2022-2023 revised academic school calendar as presented this evening. And it appears that the change on this calendar is to include November 8th, the general election date, as school is closed.
Second.
Second by Ms. Robine. Mr. Mill. I'm sorry, Dr. Watts. That was just.
That was to make the motion, sorry.
Okay.
So, Mr. Campbell, February 10th would still be a no student contact day, but it would be a PD day.
Okay.
Yes,
PD,
sir.
Total PD. That was the last time I looked at it.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
In terms of the I'll just leave it alone.
All right, we have no other hands up. Motion is for the Beaufort County Board of Education to accept the 22-23 academic calendar modification,
For 8th.
adding November 8th as a closed day, which has to do by law. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay. Next, Dr. Watts.
Thank you, Chairman Stribinger. I move that the Board of Education accept the donation from Reading Power in the amount of $15,000 to Joseph Shanklin Elementary for the purchase of books.
Second. Discussion. Dr. Watts.
I just want to thank the donors, Reading Power, for this generous donation.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Well, Mr. Smith is absent.
Okay, takes us to the consent agenda. Dr. Watts, your hand is still up.
Oh, I'll put it down because I actually I can make the motion, but I'm going to be abstaining.
Okay. I move we accept the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
Second by Ms. Boatright. Okay. Any discussion? All those
No,
in favor?
because it's consent. Remember? Exactly.
Oh, that's right. You
Yeah.
didn't have a discussion. All those in favor?
Yeah, but same. And I also abstain, Robin. Yes.
Takes us to future agenda topics. Dr. Watts?
No, excuse me, I put my hand up prematurely. Sorry.
Mr.
Yes.
Smith?
Yes, in the operations committee meeting, I noticed that we had a what was it called? A clear. He had the right, he said he was just giving us an update because he had a, no. In the operations committee meeting, you said earlier that one was just update because he had access, he already had the right of way.
Oh, the blanket.
Right. I would just like an update on any blanket easements that the district has, period, just so that in the future, that's something I was kind of shocked. I didn't know that people had blanket easements. And so I would just like to know what other blanket easements might be out there from the districts. If we could have that an update.
Yeah, Mr. Audio, but I think it was the energy company, not the district, has the blanket easement.
Right. I mean, and I'm just saying in general, if there are any blanket, what's it called now?
The blanket easement?
If there any blanket easements that deal with the district that we know of, I just like to know about those.
Yeah, this sounds like an email.
Yeah.
We said that sounds like an informational email that could be sent out instead of having it as an agenda. That's okay with you?
Yeah, I don't have, that's fine.
Okay. Just the only thing left on the agenda is adjournment.
No, we have to go back to
Oh,
executive
I'm
session.
sorry, I forgot about it.
That's why my
We
hand
have
was
to
up.
return to executive session.
Yeah.
I
Can we
forgot
just
about
stay
that.
here? Here?
Is there any? Have to have. Yeah.
Everybody seems to, I guess we're all settled, sitting here
Want to go home?
4 hours.
maximum price GMP of $6,151,845.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 1 with MB Con Construction for Bluffton High School athletic package based on the guaranteed maximum price GMP of $6,151,845.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is adjournment. Do we have a discussion?
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. I just want to say, thankful to all of them. This is Women's Month. It's empowering all women. So I just want to say thank you to all the women for all the hard work that you do in the community and that you do, seen and unseen. That's all. Thank you, because it's Women's Month.